Hello, you beautiful people, past, present, and yes, and for those in the future, welcome back to Don Hack GU, the Grinding Challenge. The level 1 through 50 in the first dungeon challenge. My name is, as you can title card. Hello, Titan. Hope you have a fantastic night. Welcome, and I hope everyone is having a fantastic. Good to have you all here as we go through levels 25 to 26 here today. So, here is what I am going to do. This will be highly dependent on, like, I would assume, like, how many people are going to be in the stream. Now, if enough people are watching the stream by the time I'm done with this first level at 26, and if enough people want me to continue on, I can go ahead and do level 27, you know, making this a total of a 5-hour stream versus a 2.5-hour stream. That will be dependent on, like, if a good chunk of you fantastic folk are here to watch or not, and also depending on if I get tired. Hey, Neo, how's it going, my dude? I hope you're having a fantastic night. Welcome. Yeah, just explaining myself as to my plan for tonight. Now, I am totally willing to go 5 hours. Now, I know I kind of chickened out last time. That was mostly because I somehow got tired of the middle of it, and I'm like, okay, I don't think I could do this. But that's why I'm setting it right here. So if enough people are in the stream, and, you know, if enough of you want me to continue, I shall continue for an additional 2.5 hours to get to level 27. But if not, that's all right. You know, we can save level 27 for another stream. But right now, we are over halfway there, and I forgot to put up the actual information for how many battles we need. Give me 1 second, friends. I knew I forgot something here. Let's see, where is it? There we go. We need a little over 8,328 battles. I'm doing good. I am doing very well. I've got myself a cup of tea next to me. I just had some Papa John's. Life is good right now. Life is very sweet. Life is very wonderful. And as per, you know, what we got over here for the the requirements, we need about 8,328 battles. Well, I mean, outside the ones that we just did. We need 24,984 experience. We are over halfway there to completing this challenge. Now, it's going to be a long while before we actually complete this challenge, but here's what I want to offer to you guys. Now, again, I'm been doing this for about like maybe 2 or 3 times every month, so about 3 levels a month, you know, and just thinking about it, like at 25, it's going to take a long time before this is actually completed normally. So, what do you guys say about me doing this challenge for, I don't know when, like when exactly, but just kind of like, I take maybe a few days out of a week, you know, like I'm going to be having my birthday coming in July, so and outside of, like, before my trip, because I plan on going to visit some friends here for my birthday in July, but prior to that, if I take a couple of days out of that, or maybe even a couple of days even prior to that, to just focus on getting these levels, at least maybe 2 at a time, you know, at the very least, you know, just to get these levels up. Would you like to see that? Or would you like me to just continue at the pace that we're going? Because, hey, the way we've been doing this is that you guys hop in, we talk about Don Hack, we talk about all these wonderful things while I'm here getting the experience and everything, you know, doing all that crazy stuff, you know? Whew, excuse me. Talking a mile a minute. Mile a minute. Talking a mile a minute really does put a toll on the airways, as it were. But yeah. So it was just a thought, you know, so if you guys want to see, like, more of these type of streams, because for the next couple of, well, I mean, this week, obviously, but I know next week we're not doing Dawnbound, at least for that week, because some of our party members are going to be busy, and we're going to continue that on the 24th. But I would say this week and next week, we're going to focus on getting some levels, and I don't know, we'll see how it goes. We shall definitely see how it goes. I might, Maybe. I'm really thinking about what I want to do here, because I got Monday stream with the gang. We're playing more Kingdom Hearts next week. Let's see. Tuesday I usually have a free day off, I could dedicate that evening to getting at least 1 level, not 2 levels because it's work. I go to work the next day, so maybe 1 level then. And then Wednesday I have Okami's game. We'll be playing through Cursed Mask. Thursday I have my D&D game, so that's no go. Like another D&D game, that's no go. Friday is free stream Friday. Now I could put the grinding session as a free stream Friday option for you guys to choose if you want to be like more of this type of stream. Let's see what else. And then Saturday, like next Saturday, I got nothing planned, so I could definitely do this. So need to do at least 25 more streams, or 12 streams if we do 2 levels a night. Like 2 levels a, stream, you know? Am I the only one who just ran status ailments? No, not really. I mean, status ailments are okay in GU, I would say. Poison and Curse, they are pretty weak status ailments, only doing like maybe 1, maybe 2 damage per tick, for about 30 seconds to a minute, I would think it is. And they're not really all that good. I mean, unless you're doing like challenge runs, then I suppose that it is pretty nice to have, like, especially if you try, like in the arena, like just try to diminish like their, what's it called, their, SP, as it were. I mean, as for like, the other status ailments in this game, I rarely ever use status ailments in this game. Because, like a lot of the times, like you just want to finish the battle fast and well. A lot of the times you're just not going to be doing that with poison. Yeah, it's 1 damage per tick, but 60 damage versus getting like 60 per attack. I mean, yeah. I mainly use sleep or seal. I mean, those are definitely pretty good. I would say probably seal is probably more effective than sleep, because at least with sleep, you put them to sleep for 1 second and then they automatically wake up from the next attack. But seal, on the other hand, that is pretty good. Just to keep enemies from actually damaging you with spells and skills, very, very nice. I don't remember if paralysis is in the game. I don't think. And charm is just alright. Charm is just one of those effects that, it can help, but it's just kind of like, by the time you get it, a lot of you really don't need charm for like, most enemies, What else? Some of the, not really status effects, but some of the additional effects from weapons, say like reducing HP in half. That's amazing. That right there is one of the craziest effects you can have for any weapon. Let's see, what else? Let's see. Yeah, in terms of like combat, there's really not much that I use, because outside of the like weapons that you get, like magic is kind of useless on Haseo. So you just kind of it's there. I mean, you can use some magic on Haseo, but he's not going to be doing as much damage as say Adderley, Gaspard, or any other magic focused character. So it's kind of like, I mean, he's decent for heals early on. Like if you give Haseo ref, then yeah, I would say he's pretty good at getting additional heals to the party should you need it, but considering how easy this game is, I don't think it's necessary, to be quite honest. I mean, sometimes I do, again, for challenge runs and whatnot, but it's kind of like, he was fine. He was a big fine. And okay, now that I'm saying that, Jay, I know you just saw the sleep ailment. I forgot I put the sleep attachment onto this. In my defense, I got bored a few streams back and wanted to please put an augment on my blades. So pretend you didn't see the sleep augment. I totally forgot I added that here. Yeah, see the sleep augment's on this one. Yeah, I mean, I would say like sleep was pretty decent. It's a decent augment, I would say. It's very annoying when it's used against you. Like in the arena, some opponents will have like a sleep counter and then just be like, oh god, now I gotta wait for myself to wake up and they get a free attack against me. It can get pretty annoying sometimes. But you know what? Like I said, this game is particularly easy in most areas. Like there's a few difficulty spikes in this trilogy that, you know, just kind of creep up on you. But otherwise, it's like most of the tools that you get are just there. Like, you don't need to use them, but I guess there is an option if you want to mix things up, you know? Am I the only one who thinks that weapon skills in this game take forever to level up? Oh, yeah, Neo, if you think it took you forever to level up skills in this version of the game, you should have played the original. Skills leveled up so slowly in the original. Like, you would probably get, like, say, in the first volume, maybe level 3 Twin Blade by the time you reach level 50 and completed the volume. That's how slow we are talking. That's why back in the day, like, people, you know, use the Hanako exploit, meaning that you find Corporal Yano or Hanako to trade for the beginner's books and beginner's texts to quickly level up your skills, because even now, like, leveling up skills is pretty tedious. Not as tedious, but it is still there. So that's why, like, many people use, you know, getting as many of those books as possible. And it is such a shame too, because there's a lot of pretty unique skills. Well, I say unique, like, most of them are just better damaging variants. Like, oh, you get the, you got one that is better for aerial unit. You got one that has even, like, it's 3 hits, but it's in a much bigger AoE, you know? And it's just kind of like, yeah, they do take forever to get, I would say. Like, especially with Haseo being Adept Rogue, trying to level up every single weapon, it is very time consuming. And the arena does help a little bit, because what the arena is supposed to do, it's supposed to give you maybe 2 or 3 times more weapon experience by, you know, using Rengekis and Hangekis in the arena. But the issue with that is that, like, it's still a pretty tedious grind, you know? And I say that as I do a tedious grind. But yeah, it's just kind of like, the weapon skills are very nice. I just wish that, okay, I think I might have said this before, but I wish I could put magic on the skill trigger. I think, like, even if the magic, like, didn't do as much damage like it is now, just having the ability to do, Rengeki, like, Rue Cruise, for instance, it's, like, I think that should have been a part of the game to begin with, you know, but maybe in a very hypothetical remake of this game, we will definitely see that, but somehow I highly doubt that this game will ever get remade. Especially, well, I say that there is no possibility, because CyberConnect, for one reason or another, keep coming out with birthday outfits and birthday images of the main cast. I wholeheartedly agree. Oh yeah, definitely. Like, I think that they should change a lot of things. I think that, like, CyberConnect should go in, like, make, like, if they're able to, that is, like, they might not even have the original source code for this game anymore, you know? So, like, they just barely added new things, you know, with Volume 4. Like, they don't have access to, at least as far as I'm aware, like, the keyword system, which, that's a very complex system. Like, I don't think, like, they have, like, the same talent who will be able to do that again. I could be wrong. Maybe in a new .hack game, they'll bring back the keyword system, you know? And, I really do hope that Bandai, as well as, CyberConnect, actually does release a new .hack game for its 30th anniversary, because that's the 30th anniversary is going to be happening, February of next year. So, it is getting pretty close. We're getting pretty close. We're less than a year from, like, whatever it is they're going to reveal. And it'll be a shame if they don't do anything .hack, you know? I think that, especially now since they're promoting .hack GU with the birthday outfits and the birthday images, just something in my mind is just pulling me in the direction that CyberConnect and Bandai are teasing us with something GU related. I think I brought these problems in one of your stream when we were talking about .hack GU. Yeah, I think we were talking about that at some point. We must have, you know. No, it's fine, bud. I understand what you meant. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have spoken about this. I mean, 25 of these streams or so. Yeah, we definitely have spoken about it before. But yeah, it's just kind of like Bandai and CyberConnect are releasing these new images of the GU cast. Are they going to announce something, GU? I don't know. Like, as far as I'm aware, they're not. But I think that would be just like a very surprising thing if they just shadow dropped. If they just shadow dropped like something GU related, like a game wise, you know. Like again, I don't think it's a remake. I don't think it'll be a remake in this hypothetical scenario. It's probably not going to be a remake, but I would love to see a Fragment 2. I know I've spoken about this so many times in my streams, so many times in these streams in particular, but a Fragment 2 where you get to play as any one of the R2 classes, maybe even add like a very light story like the original Fragment had, and just kind of go at it, you know, refix the balancing of the experience gain and just kind of, you know, just go for it, you know, just use the mechanics you were able to add via Volume 4 and just kind of expand upon it, you know? I mean, this version of the game was released in 2017. Almost 9 years, you know, if not already, like 9 or 7. So yeah, it's 8 years, I know, like almost 9 years since this version was released. And you know, 2022 with the Switch version, for some reason or other. But yeah, it's just kind of like, I don't know, friends. This might sound like a nitpick for me, but I kind of wish you could play as other characters in the game. Yeah, I kind of wish that too, you know? Like, it's just, like, I like Haseo. Haseo is a nice character, but imagine if you... Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, CyberConnect, if I remember correctly, did work on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And that combat system was strikingly familiar to .hack GU, a three-party system where you can, well, I mean, a three-party like action system where you use certain skills, like you use certain skills in between your normal attacks, you know. I'm just saying, like, they could, like, in theory, use the same battle mechanic if they own it, that is. From Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and put a coat of GU paint on it. You know, I couldn't, again, I don't know if they actually did make the battle system for Rebirth, but it just seems way too similar, and I'm pretty sure they did do something related to that, like, a while ago. I'll have to look it up later, but just kind of like, all I'm saying is, put the Final Fantasy VII engine, make it .hack, people will buy it, you know? Would it be a smashing success? I don't know. I don't think it will be like game busters or anything, but it's just kind of like, I don't know why I keep saying kind of like, it's just one of those things where it could be popular, like, and that's kind of like what I'm thinking right now. It's just like, I think the community definitely deserves at least one more .hack game, like one final hurrah, as it were, you know? Because we've been waiting for so long for something new .hack to come to the States. And while there is like other stuff that has been released in Japan only, you know, like Versus and Link, I mean, I think it would also be cool if they ported Link over to, you know, over to the States as an HD remaster, you know? Change the story up a bit, you know, fix some things here and there, and, you know, honestly, I think people would enjoy Link. You know, maybe not that much the story, but, you know, it's, you know, the gameplay, you know? People will come back for the gameplay, like, they... it's funny, because GU was story-focused. That's what people liked about that, but now, yeah, not so much for the gameplay, but people like Link for the gameplay and not the story. It's kind of funny how that flip-flop. At least in my mind. At the very least. Let me see, what else? What the else? What else is going on? What are we going to do? I don't know. I am gaining these levels so I can go and have some accomplishment. So far, so good. I stand by this combat system. Could have been benefited more off of difficulty system, but that's just me. Oh, no, I agree with you, because we already have an easy mode in form of cheat mode. We already have the regular playthrough, which was also pretty easy. I mean, again, I'm pretty sure I've said this as well in the previous stream, but a glitch mode, you know? Where the game is significantly harder, damage is reduced, you know, not so much like the enemies have increased HP or damage or anything, it's just like you as a character are much weaker, as it were, but not totally vulnerable, you know. As well as maybe having some, like, switched up encounters. You know, maybe some additional enemies, maybe some additional bosses, something like that. Or maybe just kind of go back, you know, to the original, like, settings of the PS2 version, you know? Because the PS2 version, I would say, like, it did have its issues. It was a lot slower. It was, like, in terms of, like, movement, gaining experience. Even like the storage limit was not 99, it was like 30. No, that was the original game. It might have been 50. I'm thinking the storage limit for the PS2 version was like 50 or something like that. So, you know, maybe for like this theoretical glitch mode, they could just, you know, tone down the settings like to the original PS2 version. Modders, if any of you modders are listening in, make a glitch mode. Just put all the settings back to the original PS2 settings. That will be the hard mode. That could be the hard mode. Excuse me. I still cannot wait to Volume 2. Just to get to use the... Just to be able to use the great sword for this. Honestly, that would just be awesome. And sadly, you cannot get the speed augments in Volume 1. I looked everywhere to see if there was some kind of exploit, but no. GU is a surprisingly, funny enough, a glitch-free game, somewhat. There are some graphical weirdnesses, like with some of the cutscenes in this version, but for the most part, this game is very structurally sound. There's not many glitches, which is kind of like a testament to its quality, I would say. But it's just kind of like, yeah, there wasn't any glitches or exploits I could do. Get a speed charm early or anything like that. Which kind of sucks, but you know, what can we do, you know? If there were speed exploits, then I'm sure people would have found out by now. And even then, like the way this game's designed about warping you to one area or another, it's not like in other games where, like, it worlds the entire world and just kind of like a certain section of it until you actually get to an area. No, it only loads one section at a time and warp to one place or another, you know? So, what are we to do? What are we to do? Gonna go and get more experience. Da 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 da. Let's go fight these swords. I do so say at the moment. Yeah, at least we're at 200. Wow, 200 experience already. We're not even at the hour mark. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Nope, not that one. There we go. That one. That's what we want. Did that. And We've been through this tunnel so many times. So many times. Hey Tara, how's it going, bud? I hope you're having a fantastic night. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Now, we're just doing a little bit of level grinding. We're trying to get to level 26, you know. So many times and you still not level 50. Yes, I know. But what can I say? All the other areas are, you know, prohibited. As Haseo is not allowed to go to any of these other areas. We just have to keep getting, you know, beating up these swords in order to get this minuscule experience, you know? I'm just saying, but hey, think of it this way. We only need 25 more levels. And I was actually, you know, speaking earlier about potentially doing a, I don't know if it, about maybe a week-long whole stream, but maybe just like in between certain days, I will try to get maybe 2 levels per stream. I tried that once, didn't really work out too much. I kind of went out of it. Yes. Yes. So I made a deal with this, but I made the deal with the chats on both ends. So if we get enough viewers who are here watching, and you know, keeping me entertained, I can keep you guys entertained. Then I'll go ahead and do 2 levels this stream instead of 1. Ideally, I want you to stream every day. Honestly, I wouldn't mind doing that. Just streaming every day. If I was big enough to be able to just stream every day, have a decent amount of money to work with, like, ideally, if I got paid the same amount of money as I do in my current job just by streaming, I would certainly do that. But as it stands, I have to pick and choose, which days I stream, sadly. But at the same time, I kind of like it how it is here, so that way I'm not totally burnt out about streaming, not to mention, like, now that I say now that. So, hey, don't worry, it's not a impossibility, bud. Hey Maya, how's it going? Yes, more clutch streams. See, everyone wants to see me. Very fair. I'm glad you're not burnt out. Yes, after 4 years, I am definitely not burnt out of streaming. I hope you're having a good day, Maya. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, it's just kind of like, I am here. You know, I'm trying the best that I can. And like I said, I did make a promise to you guys. If enough people are still here by the time I get to level 26, I will end up doing level 27 as well. So this stream could theoretically go past maybe 10 o'clock at the very least. So yes, dang, capitalism really killing the vibes. Just a little bit. Just a little bit, but you know what, that's life, you know. I needs to have a real job along with doing this. I mean, it's not like I'm not getting paid nothing here. I mean, I'm getting about 50 bucks every few months. Hey, that's 50 bucks, you know, I'm not complaining. You know, it's just as it currently stands, streaming is just not a viable source of money right now. I mean, unless one of you ends up being, I don't know, a 1 million subscriber channel or 1 million follower channel that just so happens to just want to send their audience to me and have a good time. And yeah, that'd be good. But let's be real. Let's be real. That's never gonna happen, right? Right? Dang, I thought they would just show up. Well. But yeah, it is very fair. You know, I try not to burn myself out too much. And plus, sitting down in this chair for hours at a time, I definitely need to walk out every now and then, you know? Excuse me. I am professional. But yes, you know, I do need to get up and move around every now and then, just so that way I'm not totally sore by the end of this. And, you know, just... It is what it is. I am streamer, man. I am going to try my best to be the best, like no one ever was. To attack goblins is my real test. Time to campaign for Glucose Guardian Streamer. Glucose Guardian Streamer? What does that mean? What a title. Yes, go on change.org. We need Glucose Guardian Streamer for me. I don't know what that means, but that sounds hilarious. But yes, just kind of like, we should definitely, you know, we should definitely campaign for more followers, both here and on YouTube. I mean, we're definitely getting like a decent amount of subscribers on YouTube. I mean, we did pass the 550 mark not too long ago, and I am hoping that to get at least 1,000 by the end of the year. That would be pretty cool. That way we could start monetizing the channel. Now, I'm not saying that's, oh, a sugar pan. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay. You know, if someone wants to just drop a few thousand every stream, I will certainly thank you and do nothing else. That is my promise. I will thank you and do nothing else in exchange for like $2,000 or $3,000 a month. Thank you. But oh man, I forgot what I was gonna say. Man, I lost my train of thought. What was it? It was something. It must not have been a. But yeah, it's just kind of like yeah, Bologna. Big same, yeah, big same, yeah. I wish, you know. Oh yeah, that's right. I was saying that I'm hoping to get at least to 1,000 subscribers by the end of the year, so that way we can monetize the channel. Now, I'm not saying that just because, hey, you know, money, but in terms of the YouTube side of things, if a channel is monetized and you put ads on a video, it gets pushed out into the algorithm more, which means that more people will watch the videos, more people get notified like content, and then hey, that's when our community's gonna grow even bigger. You know, you'll have plenty more friends to talk to in the chat. You know, I could see plenty more faces, you know, some new, some old. You know, you guys will have a good time. You know, you guys will have the best time. Am I the only one who thinks the great sword were busted in this game? Oh, no, you definitely weren't the only one, bud. Great swords are pretty freaking cool. Alright, you know, they're just big hunk of metal that ends up being, like, what, just, yeah, slashing, you know, just chop them in half, chainsaw. Hey, bud, how's it going? If one of my favorite, let's see. Hope you get to 1K. Oh, thank you very much. One of my favorite channels, honestly. I love your summarization. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, I went the wrong way. Thank you very much. I do appreciate you, dude. I highly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. We're talking a bit about Don Hack. We're talking a little bit about the channel and about how I appreciate each and every one of you that stops by, says hello, supports the channel, because we got plenty of new content coming through. So I'm hoping that like the next video that I'm working on is actually the community poll for the top 10 IMOC classes. That's going to be getting done very soon. I finished the script. I didn't finish the recording, like both video and audio. I just need to put it together. So no guarantees, but I'm hoping for a Tuesday release. If not, maybe a next Saturday release. Because I love you do come out for the Saturday streams, which I do like. I do appreciate it. You know, and some of you also come out for the Tuesday videos. You know, like I can't even speak. Some people watch videos on Tuesday, which is, you know, kind of interesting to see, because I would think that Tuesday would be a very busy day because everyone usually is going back to work. You know, it's the start of the work week. But you know what? Yeah. So either expect a Tuesday video release or the Saturday video release, depending on like how far I am along in the video. It's going to be about maybe 10 or so minutes, you know, give or take, you know. That's kind of what I'm thinking, you know. And yeah, that's yes. that is the thing. That is a thing. And I lost my train of thought again. The train has left the station. It left without me. All the thoughts were in that train. Where did it go? I do not know. Well, maybe I should drink a little bit of tea to help out. There we go. Nothing says, you know, nothing clears a brain fog than with a nice cup of tea. That is, a good cup of tea is good, you know. Both that tea, good tea is good tea is good. So my, like, see, I'm just trying to think, like, what do I have going on for this channel for like the next while now? So for these kind of streams, we just need to do 20, well, outside of this, like 24 more streams. So doing 2 levels per stream, we only need to do 12 streams. I'm trying to think how we can go about doing that, because 5 hours a stream is a long time to stream. It's definitely a long time to stream for something like this. But I'd say once we get close to the end, I think that's when everything is just going to come together. Like, just like, this is the journey. Like, you guys here right now, like, you are making .hack history. By, you know, just being here in chat, you know, you're seeing the progression from level 1 Haseo to level 50 Haseo beast mode, you know? It's funny how you could go for this game without going to the forums once. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, everything related to the forums or the community, well, community posts in universe, like the art gallery, it is all immersion. It is all like fantastic. It is just one of the it's just one of the best things about .hack. It's immersion. Like, it definitely feels like how the internet would end up being, which is kind of funny. Like, just reading some of the interactions from some of the NPCs in there, it's just kind of man, my brain is not working. Just reading some of the interactions from some of the other players, or even just like some of the passerby, it's definitely what the internet would come to be, for better or for worse. I'm telling you, like, one of these days we're gonna have to sit down and just look, like, finish. I'll probably do my own playthrough of GU, like, just by myself, go through it, and then we'll have to sit down and read the forums. Just read what the posts have to say, because I think you guys would just love it. Like, for those of you who have played through the game and never actually, you know, seen the forums, basically GU like has like this full immersion where you're not just in the game of the world, but you're also like have a desktop, you know, everything where like various apps and various sections where you can like read forum posts, you can read news, you can there's even like fully animated news segments, you know. It is so cool being a guest to chat with you when you do those long. Oh, bring a guest. You know, that is true. Yes, I could bring a guest. However, I do not know many people who within the .hack community that would sit for 5 hours at a time, you know, just bouncing back and forth conversation, to be quite honest. I have tried to collab with Erroneous for certain things, but he's been pretty busy with with things every time I ask, which, you know, it's fine. You know, people get busy, and like, I don't know too many .hack streamers or YouTubers like that make dedicated .hack content. I mean, I would, you know, if you guys know another .hack YouTuber that is willing to sit 5 hours, you know, just conversing with us, all of us here, then hey, I would gladly interview them, and just like, obviously I'm not gonna bring on just anyone, you know. Of course, you know, we'll definitely have to talk it out, but yeah, I wouldn't mind just sitting down with a guest, you know. I did a stream for like 4 hours and I would have died without a friend. Oh, yes. I agree with you, Maya. I tried doing this for 4 hours, and I sort of did that. I did it for like 4 hours and 30 minutes. It was definitely a slog. Mostly because, like, the chat was dead then. Like, not many people joined in around that time. I spent most of my time in the forums than in actual game. I didn't regret it for a second. Oh, absolutely. There is no regrets, because you get to see like what the people within its universe are saying about certain topics. Like, how does the world change with the events of .hack GU? That is what is so amazing about this game that I wish we got more of, you know? Like, it is such a shame that Bandai Namco just didn't push this game at all. Like, if I had to make a very interesting comparison, .hack GU in particular is the treasure planet of a video game, you know? Where that movie had the same issue. It was a fantastic movie, but Disney did not push it, and it failed. And I don't want to say GU failed, because obviously there's still Link and like other properties, but still though, like the last thing that we ever got here in the States or even in other countries outside of Japan was this last Recode. And this was just a remastered version of the PS2 title released in 2006 and 7. So it's just kind of like, I cannot speak. Speaking is hard for me. Speaking is very, very hard at times. But anyway, yeah, it's just kind of like Bandai just kind of dropped the ball with Dot Hack like over the years. Let's hope that CyberConnect actually goes and just does the thing. They just shadow drop. Yeah, what an interesting comparison. Yeah, like Treasure Planet for like Disney's Treasure Planet was such a great movie that it should have never have bombed, but Disney marketed it so terribly. Like it's just kind of like they made the tone out to be something entirely different, and people like at first impression, not even seeing the movie, just didn't think it would be good, and it did poorly because of it. But now it's considered a cult classic. Dot Hack GU is more or less the same thing, whereas it's a great story. It's a flawed game, but has a great story, but it didn't really do all too well. In fact, at the time, this game kind of got like middle of the road scores. That feels real for those who have played it and loved it, but it's not like they talked about it and promoted it. Oh yeah, Maya. Yeah, I totally understand. It's just kind of, I don't know why I keep saying that. Like in terms of the example that I'm setting is that when this version of the game released, Bandai Namco released the trailer for this game about 3 or 4 days after the game came out. I am not exaggerating. They released the trailer for this game a few days after it had already come out. I mean, yeah, they've announced it, but they didn't exactly promote it until after the game came out. Not like during to hype it up or anything. They just released the trailer just later on after it's been released to like Steam and, you know, PlayStation and all that. It's just very weird how Bandai just not. Well, CyberConnect loves Dot Hack. I mean, they keep putting references in their games all the time. I still find it interesting that the company uses their real name for the game's Narrative CC Corp. Yeah, I mean, they're probably, it's kind of like a tongue-in-cheek kind of thing. Like, hey, you know, we know we're the bad guys. Yeah, after it came out, yes. I'll have to go through the history again, but I remember seeing something like years ago when this version came out. Like, the trailer was released like 3 or 4 days after the game came out. Yeah, very awful. And I know my gameplay right now isn't doing the game justice. I am setting a very heavy restriction on me for the sake of doing something different for you guys. This game has a very interesting combat style. Like, so Maya, I don't know if you've ever played Final Fantasy Remake, you know, that game. I would say this is a very dumbed down version of that, like in terms of how the gameplay is. You can't switch between characters, but it is pretty much the same thing. It is an action RPG where you can switch between, or not switch, where you can use abilities and just kind of like you attack the enemy to the point where they end up breaking or just having a weakness moment, and then you unleash a counter attack that deals more damage, you know? It's very similar to that. Like I said, I'll have to look through it again, but I am pretty sure CyberConnect did work on, also CyberConnect 2 also worked on Final Fantasy Remake. So, I'm just saying, I'm just saying, it is very possible. It is very, very possible that we could see, like, an evolution of this. Really, that's interesting commentary. Oh, yeah, thank you, yes. There's just so much history involving the Dot Hack series that not many people actually know of. Haven't played, but have watched the playthrough. Oh, interesting. So you sort of know like how that game plays, where you have Cloud and 2 other party members, like fighting against the enemy, and then eventually they get to a break state where they're a little bit weakened and they take more damage. It's pretty much the same thing here. Whereas, you know, you end up fighting the enemy, you activate a skill that stops time, and then you do unleash a more powerful attack, you know? And then you just kind of like rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. It's weird to say that, I'm only doing this based off of my own perception of both games. It just feels different. It definitely feels like it would be a popular game if it was marketed better. Oh, absolutely. Like, it was... Like, Bandai has always been like that with Dot Hack for one reason or another, you know? I'm not sure why. I think my only first ever exposure to Dot Hack, GU, and Dot Hack series was Project X Zone 2. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Like, even Dot Hack GU has gotten cameo appearances in other games. Like, Project X Zone was a crossover series of pretty much a lot of, like, different properties from, I think, I want to say, like, properties like Devil May Cry. You've got properties from DOJ. You might want to help me out, help with this. But basically, Dot Hack characters actually made cameos in, like, that 3DS title, where pretty much all these different properties came together in a very similar way that Final Fantasy Dissidia did, where all these characters from all these games just kind of came together and part of, like, one single narrative, and just kind of like communicated and fought with each other. You know, I've never played it, so I can't tell you any more of that, but yeah, the Dot Hack influence is still present, but not many people know about it because, like you said, they didn't market it at all, you know, pretty much at all. It's just so, it's disappointing to see, not because, it's disappointing to the fact that, like, not many people remember Dot Hack. That's the problem, you know? For as good as the games as these were, not many people remembered it. And I'm not saying, like, this game is a masterpiece on the ends of, say, like, I don't know how to explain it. But, like, this game is flawed. This is a flawed masterpiece. Dot Hack GU is. It is one of these games where it is definitely a cult classic of the PS2 era, you know? And whereas some areas are a bit around the edge, other areas are just so fantastic. You know, especially the character writing and the character development that goes through with this. Not to mention, some very prominent voice actors also come, you know, voice act in this game. Don't be silly, Claude. As long as we keep doing this game, it'll never die. Oh, absolutely, yes. That is true. That is absolutely true. Yeah. As long as one person, yeah. I wonder who that one person would be. As long as one person is playing the game, like, and promoting it, it will definitely never die. It will definitely never die. But let's see. I talked X Zone of that. Character. Oh yeah, I was saying, so there were many prominent voice actors in this game, some of which that some of you may know. Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Sasuke from Naruto, is actually voicing the main protagonist here of Haseo. You also got Liam O'Brien and Sam Riegel of Critical Role as Syllabus and Gaspard. Oh no, hang on, no, wait a minute. Liam O'Brien is voicing Entrance. Sam Riegel is Sam Riegel, I think is Sam Riegel is Syllabus. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Bridget Hoffman, you know, she's very prominent. Johnny Jan Bosch, a Power Ranger, is Coon. Like, there's an A-class voice act. There's A-class voice actors here. And I know a lot of them are pretty overlapping within the industry, especially during this time, but it's just kind of like, it's all the combination of all these voice actors, the writing, the character dialogue, and just kind of how everything comes together. It just makes a unique experience that I wish more people got to experience. And I know sometimes, like, the game goes on sale for like $5 or $10, so why not? You know, if you see it for $10, you get a 60-hour experience, you know, for, you know, for, yeah. I need a drink. Yeah, I got a drink. Whew. So yeah, that was my rant. That was my TED talk on the Dot Hack series. I'm probably not done talking about Dot Hack because you know what? Some of you come for the Dot Hack stuff. I am here to provide, as Tara would put it, interesting commentary. You come for the interesting commentary as well as the entertainment and like how I present myself. So I shall do as my audience asks and keep on entertaining the masses, you know? I shall continue to do my duty to bring Dot Hack to the forefront. And one of the examples will be to make sure we get to level 50 with this challenge. It's going to take a long while. It is going to take a good long while to get to level 50, but we will surely do it. We will definitely do it. And I would say, like I said, if enough people find interest in this, like not just tonight, like if enough people are still here tonight watching this and want to see me continue, I will go ahead and continue for another hour to get to level 27. We'll see when that time comes. There is no promises on that. We'll definitely see. But I'll also think about doing, yeah, you're set. Yeah, you're here. You're Tara. Yeah, you're here. Yeah, hi, you're Tara. Let's queen out Claude. Yes. Yes, I shall be your queen of the Dot Hacks. You know? Although the more appropriate term is king, I can be the king of queens, you know? No, wait a minute. No, that's a show. Sorry, show. Didn't mean to steal your name, but I am the king of queens. Dang, Bandai X Capcom would have had Tabby and Ace Attorney. Yeah, exactly. Oh god, just imagine Tabby and Ace Attorney. I object, nya. On what grounds? I'm a cat. Honestly, I could definitely see that happening. I'm sure, like, Neko girls have appeared in Ace Attorney at some point. We are coming up at ads here in just a few minutes. We got about 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's see if we can get done as much as we can. We're already at the 400 experience mark. Let's see if we can get to at least 430 before the ads are done. And then we go from there. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, goblins. Bye, goblin. Bye, goblin. Bye, goblin. I swear, these goblins just do not like me. You thought Goblin Slayer was the slayer of goblins? No. Haseo. Haseo, the terror of death, is in fact the Goblin Slayer. This is what the Goblin Slayer actually looks like. Not that armored wannabe from that anime that people like. No. Haseo is the true Goblin Slayer. And this stream is proof. Look at all the innocent goblins that he has, you know, destroyed over the many, many hours. Was I the only one who thought that Ovan, who thought that Ovan, okay, I need to reread that. Was that the only one who think that Ovan, Little Arm Cast was a canon? Oh, you're talking about the, like, the sealed arm. Yeah, it kind of looked like a cannon, and honestly, it kind of was a cannon in a very funny way. I don't want to say it due to spoilers, but yeah, it's just kind of like, yeah, it definitely looked like a cannon, and it definitely was a cannon in one form or another, which is kind of funny. You know, that it's such a very funny thing to see, you know. I mean, who would have thought that the man with the cylinder for an arm was, you know, had a cannon for an arm cannon, you know? I mean, he has a gun and a cannon. He can shoot and he can blow up people. You know? He wins every PK fight by doing that, you know? You thought Haseo was the PKK, but the actual PKK was Ovan all along. Okay, we got 2 minutes left. I think we could definitely get to 4:30 before we go on break. Da 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 da. Boom. And a boom. Can we get 4:30? Come on. 1 minute 30 seconds. Let's go. Oh, can we complete the dungeon? Can we complete the dungeon? Oh, not 4:30 yet. Okay, come on. Let's run. We got 1 minute 30 seconds before ads play. Let's finish this dungeon. Let's finish the dungeon. We gotta hurry, Haseo. We don't have much time. We have 1 minute and 10 seconds left. Can we do it, Haseo? Can we win? Come on, 1 minute. We've got 1 minute, Haseo. Hurry! Boom, boom. 4:30. Hey, oh, we got 3 health drinks. That's actually kind of impressive. You don't see that happen very often. Okay. Let's run. We gotta run. Okay. Alright, we finished the dungeon. Claude, who would win in a hot dog eating contest and in what order? Haseo, Syllabus, Cloud Strife, Naruto Uzumaki, the gay one from Phoenix Attorney, and Ninetales. I'm gonna have to think about that over the ads, so hold on to that thought. I'm gonna think about that. We'll be right back after these messages. we are back. Let's go ahead and continue all this. Maybe go. Come on. There we go. So, maybe go ahead and hot dog eating contest. In what order? So I would say, let's see, hot dog eating contest. Naruto Uzumaki, because he loves food, like mostly ramen. But he looks like the kind of guy that would end up eating a whole lot of things. Let's see. So Naruto would be probably the one that would win the pie eating contest. The eating contest. Let's see. Followed by I don't know. It's really hard to say. I'm not entirely too sure. Woodward or whatever the one. Oh, Edgeworth. You're talking about Edgeworth? Yeah, Phoenix's rival, the one in the red suit. Yeah, Edgeworth would be the lowest. Yeah, Edgeworth would definitely be the lowest. Like, he would be, I would never sophisticate myself to such, hot dogs. Why the hot dogs? I prefer Fancy Feast. So, I think he would definitely be last, followed by Ninetales, like coming in just right above. He's a cat now. Yes, that was the joke. Yep, not hot dogs, but Fancy Feast cat food. Was that the one? Oh yeah, I already read that one. Okay. Yes. Yep, he's a cat now. Yow. Oh boy, but let's see who else. Haseo and Celibus are digital characters, so they probably would not need food at all, so honestly, outside of Naruto, these two will probably come up on top. You know? They'll probably be the ones that will, like, eat the most amount of hot dogs and not get sick. You know? Because they're digital characters. You know? Using video game logic, you could eat, like, a whole bunch of food and not have to get all the benefits and not have to worry about the detriments. Okay, I think that's fair. Yeah, it's fair. Cloud seemed to be, like, he would pretend to not care and then just eat it. Let me think of another question. Yes, questions are always welcome. We do like ourselves some questions. Oh, he could put them back. Yeah, he would just put them back. I'm not eating this. And just put them back on, like, the grill or whatnot. Oh man, now I got the Phoenix Wright song stuck in my head. There we go. Sword. Yeah, we got them swords. We're almost at the 500 mark. We're doing pretty good for ourselves, I would say. We're doing the good. We are here. We are doing the best that we can. Go keep myself a drink before we get to the next battle. Boom. Boop. Boop. Dun dun dun. Boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Then hey, fairy orb. We got ourselves a fairy orb. That's neat. We got an email that we're never gonna read because we're too busy gaining levels. Sorry, Goblin Rookies. I need the experience. 469, nice. If you had to take one of your D&D characters on a first date, A, who would it be? B, where would you go? C, if you didn't want to go on a second date with them, how would you respond to tell them? That is a very interesting question. I have so many D&D characters. I'm thinking about it. Let me see. Actually, we weren't reading the email because we are Jared. Because we are Jared 19. Yes. We don't read emails, you know, on stream. You know, we don't read the mail. So to answer your question, Tara, I would have to say that I would probably, this is a pretty difficult question with so many characters that I have made over the years. Some playable, some not. I'm trying to narrow it down. Is very picky. So I would say I would probably have to go with one of the Bobinskis. I think I called him Mandy. Like the first iteration of the Bobinsky. Mandy Bobinski. For context for those of you who do not know what I'm talking about, one of my earlier D&D characters was called Mandy Bobinski. She was a artificer. She was a battlesmith artificer. And she became a very prominent NPC, you know, throughout the many campaigns, along with her entire family. So much to the point that one of my other, like, player PCs actually formed a friendship with the Bobinskis, and they both are reoccurring people within our campaigns. Where would we go? That's a good question. With an airship, we can go just about anywhere. We can sit on top of a mountain. We can view the high seas from the skies. We can pretty much go anywhere. And if you didn't want to go on a second date, how would you respond and tell them? I'll just be like, hey, look, this was fun, but I don't see this, you know, working out. I mean, hey, we still like to be friends, you know. I think you're interesting. You know, I like your inventions. I like your airship. You know, just long term, I just don't think it's gonna work out. And I think Mandy would appreciate the honesty. You know, I think she just would be okay. You know, with it. Maybe a little disappointed, but nothing out of the ordinary. Do you think Bobinsky would kill you for saying no? Oh, absolutely not. Like, the Bobinsky line, like, all the Bobinskis are, like, sweethearts, you know, in one way or another. Like they're all time trying to expand their mind with new inventions and new ideas, and they're very open-minded, like, people to, like, anything that comes their way. So I think that they would be, like, very understanding. Maybe a little disappointed, like I said, but nothing too bad. You know, nothing that will imply that they want to go full tsundere, as it were. So, or tsundere, no, yandere. Excuse me, that's the proper term. So the Bobinskis are pretty good people. You know, they've helped you guys out so many times throughout the years. You know, with flying ships, with machinations. You know, helping you all out in your struggles of need. Yeah, Bobinsky is so solid. Absolutely. The Bobinsky is a solid choice. You know, now, since you brought it up, Tara, what about yourselves? What do you and Maya think? Like, the same question. Same question. What D&D characters would you take on a first date, I would say? Let's continue this. I don't think I did any of my D&D characters on, you know, they're too chaotic for you. That is fair. That is fair. I mean, you do end up causing a lot of chaos with your characters, which is kind of funny, you know? It is very interesting. It's a very interesting thought, you know? But let's see. If you didn't want to go on a date, and they were interested, but you were not, how would you respond? We'll continue. We'll expand upon that question a bit. You know. Because I can see one of your characters just, you don't want to go on a date? I've got fire. I've got fire. Fire's fun to play around with when you get rejected. I could definitely see one of your characters doing that, Maya. Boom. Boom. Howie. Let's see. Go on levitating greatsword through the U.S. National Park. That sounds awesome. Surfing with a giant greatsword. That sounds awesome. I would absolutely go on a second date and would pierce myself with a sword before saying no for a second. That is totally understandable. You know, hey, Howie is a good guy. He grew so much in the short time in that campaign, you know? He's and in technically both campaigns. You know, he's a very good character. You know, I enjoyed his antics with Amelia. You know, whew, I definitely enjoyed. Okay, that really depends on who is asking. Yuli would kill me. Magpie would want me to be friends instead. Zara would cry to Dachan. Raya would shrug and move on. All very different reactions, I see, you know, all, like, some of them are, you know, understandable, others are just like, you know, nah, fire time. You would probs pine from afar, yes, just staring out into the distance, wishfully hoping that they notice you, you. Boom. Value is the baby. Value is the baby. And Feather? Ooh, yes. What about Feather? What would Feather do? Ooh. Spawn and Chimp Beboo! How's it going, my dude? I hope you have a fantastic day. Welcome, welcome. Yes, I'll spawn. How about this Chim? What is this Chim? Why is that Chim up there? Oh, there we go. Yeah, he's up there. Look! Look! He's up there! He's dancing right above the gameplay. Hello, I hope you're having a good day, buddy. Welcome, welcome. We're doing a little bit more .hack.gu streaming. You know, we're getting that level. You know, we're going to get to level 26, maybe 27. If, like, a good majority of you are here tonight, I want to stay and say hello. Hello, I'm still sick, but I'm awake and ready for lunch. My dude, you should get better. No, you can't be sick. You know, not for as long as you. It's been like what, maybe a week or so since, you know, you were sick. No, you can't. No more sickness. Just tell the sickness no to just go away. Tell the sickness to go away. Ooh, yes, it is progress. Yes, we are halfway to level 26. You're trying. I know you are, buddy. I know. Like, and all jokes aside, I do hope you feel better, right? 'Cause sickness is just, it's been like 2 weeks now. Yeah, it's just, 2 weeks you've been sick. Oh, man. You know, what you need to do? You need to find a cleric, you know, or a druid. You know, just say, hey, can you restore my sickness? Use that lesser restoration on me. You know, it'll probably cost you some money, but, you know, just kind of like, boop. Atali, help me! Oh, I hate to burst your bubble, Beboo, but we cannot get Atali. Not in this playthrough. Atali cannot save you now. I am so sorry. You do not get any love refs. No refs. No love refs. No, none of that. You don't even get the poison cure. Because Atali is not here. I need that 5 ref bane, whatever. Yeah, it's 5 ref. Yep, you got it right. 5 ref. Yep. You need the full ref. Yep, 5 ref. Yeah, 5 means full, ref means cure. Yes, get that Fa Ref. Restore you to 100% health. You know. Yay! Yay! Yes, we are doing a pretty good job level grinding here at the moment. It is pretty snazzy. Do. Da da dun da 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 boom da 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 boom 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 boom. There we go. Let's get this level. Oh my god. Oh my god. Added for so long. You have, yes, I do. And funny thing enough, Bee-Boo, this is not the first time I have maxed health. Maxed health. This is not the first time I maxed out health drinks. This is probably like the 7th or 8th time. I mean, we have gotten so many health drinks from these enemies alone that we have traded most of them for the books from Hanako and Corporal Yano. We have traded so many of these drinks that I just kind of stopped because, oh my goodness. Just kind of like, I think we've like found at least like 700 or 800 of these health drinks just by doing this challenge alone, and we're not even halfway done. And that's not even also including the ones that I did not pick up because of the max limit, you know? I still think they should have, you know, uncapped the limit to maybe 999, but that's just me. You know, that's just me, you know? I mean, if you have 999 of items, I mean, well, why would you ever, you know, just saying. That would have been so nice. Exactly. I mean, how many times have you gone through a dungeon, you have 99 of every item, and then you can't pick it up because you're at the limits? It's so annoying. You want to pick up the free drink that you just so happen to found, you know? It is your drink, you should be able to pick it up, but no. You have a full bag, you can't pick up anymore. I swear, man. I mean, we've also gotten plenty of tornadoes as well, because tornadoes are dropped from the green swords that we fought, you know? So we got plenty of tornadoes, which the tornado one-use scrolls have been very helpful in terms of getting the beginner's books from Hanako and Corporal. I wonder if there's a mod for that. I don't even know NPC LMAO. I've looked on Nexus mods. There's not a whole lot of mods on .hack.gu. There's some cosmetic. There's even one arbitrary hard mode, quote unquote, but it's not really a hard mode. It's just a little bit, you know, weird. I mean, there's like different cosmetics, sure, you know, like where you can, you know, turn Haseo into Sora Haseo. You know, the white outfit and the evil eyes. Yeah, that outfit. You know. 99 health drinks. I got 99 problems and a health drink is one of them. Oh, that's actually neat. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of mods for .hack.gu. I mean, which is kind of sad, because I think this game could benefit well if it had, like, some mods, like, some, like, quality of life changes, maybe even a new game mode that changes up the dynamic of this game. I think that would be pretty fun. One mod I like for .hack is a free camera. Yes! Let us have a free camera. Let us, see the various, like, how these dungeons are made, like, how they lay out. Is there, like, some secret we have yet to find, with no pun intended, in the world? It's just kind of like... I think it would benefit if someone implemented a free camera, you know? That we could just take the camera outside the walls, we explore to our heart's content, maybe end up finding the key to Twilight. Let's see. Random question. What would happen if Gaspard became an epitaph user? That is a very good question. Let's see. I think that he would probably take the place of maybe Saku and Bo, maybe? And that's the only thing I could think of. Like, because of Gaspard's maybe cowardice, you know, in the beginning, you know, maybe like the epitaph would choose him, you know, to try to, you know, build up his courage or something. I don't know. But yeah, I can't really think of like how Gaspard would react, you know? Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, because after the few graphics, they let us explore Makadu and Moon Dungeons. I need to see. Yes, there's just so many like environmental things that are kind of hidden because, you know, we can't really you know, see much. Hey Orbo, how's it going, my dude? I hope you're having a fantastic night. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Wait, what about Gaspard? Oh no, NeoJ over in the YouTube chat said, random question, what would happen if Gaspard became an epitaph user? And I was just saying that he would most likely just take the place of Saku and Bo, you know, being the epitaph of the Machinator, you know, Gore. But that was just my, you know, opinion. Because Gaspard, he definitely changes for the better, you know, come Volume 3. He goes from this shy and timid kid that just wants to have fun and turns into a kid that sticks up for himself, you know, he wants to see his guild prosper. You know, all that stuffs. Yeah, I can see that. He gets braver. Absolutely, he does get braver. And just imagine if he was the epitaph user of Gore. That would kind of make sense. The two halves of Gaspard. One side of him is his cowardice side, where he wants to do something but can't, and the other is his ideal self, the brave and boisterous kind of like Gaspard, you know? Like, I think that would have made good thematic sense, you know? But, you know, hey, Gaspard does serve his purpose. He is the, like, he is just the regular player, which is fine. He definitely serves the story well, you know? And I like Saku and Bo as a character. I think they have a pretty good understanding. One side is his cowardice, the other side is the card master. Yes! Oh, that actually sounds so good. Oh man, someone needs to make art of that. Someone needs to make a like a concept art of like Gaspard with the Machinator. His two halves, the card master and the card master and the wave master. I know he's not a wave master in the World War II, but you know, it's pretty like the, you know, Shadow Warlock doesn't roll off the tongue as well. Card master and wave master. Ooh. Ooh, Biru, I like that idea. I like that idea so much. It's so good. Yes. Yes, mustache twirling evil. Bottom. Bum bum. Ooh. Da 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 da. Ooh, so many swords are broken. So many broken swords are broken. Da 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 da. We go again right now. Go again right now. Bum 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 bum. Come on, goblins, give me all that experience. I need it. Your experience is mine. All that experience. All that little experience. I've been playing .hack during my sick days, and I kind of wish they'd given us Eoten and Asta in Volume 3. Yeah, but at the same time, though, we already have. Hang on, wait a second. Maybe you might be cooking. You might be cooking here, Bibu. We don't, as far as I'm aware, outside of maybe Matsu, which he's not technically an Edge Punisher. She could have been our first Edge Punisher. Eoten, we already have plenty of, you know, Blade Brandiers, whatever, but Asta, though, you know, she could have been our first Edge Punisher. I don't think, outside of, you know, outside of Haseo and, you know, maybe Matsu to an extent, like, they're not actual Edge Punishers. you know. I do understand that we have so many Blade Grenadiers, but like Edge Punisher, yeah, or even Gabi. Oh, funny enough, you know, it's funny that you mentioned Gabi, Bibu, because I saw a video of Gabi being playable. Now, a lot of his attacks are not animated for obvious reasons, but basically it revealed that Gabi had a whole lot more attack animations. I wish I had the full list in front of me right now, but pretty much the entire Edge Punisher like line of skills that, you know, some of them are obviously not active, not out there, but it's just kind of like, it's just like, it's interesting. You see like your typical ones, but you also see like some like, I guess, enhanced versions of the Edge Punisher abilities, which I really wish they would have kept in the game, you know? Out of all the characters, I can easily remember the cast. Syllabus is usually the most forgettable one. Easily the most forgettable. I've got to think about that. Is he actually forgettable? That's a question. That is a question I'm thinking of. You tell me, my Boo Boo Gabi had a whole kit and they decided, nah. Yes, I'm not lying to you, Bibu. I saw, like, I don't remember where I saw it. I think it might have been a .hack Networks server at some point. But I saw a video of Gabi being playable. You know, like it might have been someone else's mod. Maybe they hacked him into like the PS2 version or something. But he was playable. He had like all of his skills. Again, not all of his skills were playable because they were unfinished. You know, like they were just repeats of like the skills that were already made. But still. For me, Syllabus was one of the most memorable characters. See, Neo J? You know, Bibu actually remembers Syllabus, so I don't think he'll be easily, like, I don't think he's easily the most forgettable. But he is, in fact, a character. Gotta learn how to mod to bring Gabi as a playable character. You know what, Bibu? Here's what I'm gonna do. Like, at some point after the stream, like, maybe not at, like, right now, but, like, sometime in the days future, next time we do this, I am going to find that video again. I am going to see where it is that I saw it from, and then just kind of, like, tell you what skills he had, because I actually used some of the skills from that screenshot, or from that video, I don't remember what it was, and I added those skills into my TTRPG version of the World War II, you know, because I am never going to forget those names for the most part, because I used them in my TTRPG system, you know. In fact, probably during my, now that I remember that, so tell you what, Bibu, when we go on break again, I am going to pull up my TTRPG system. I will tell you exactly what the names of some of them were. I'm pretty sure that all of them were, I used all of them from the games, or at least a good majority of them. I don't remember if I gave new names. I have made fan art of Syllabus, but there's also an artist that made beautiful fan art of him. I also had my friend play this game, and Syllabus was his favorite character. Yes, show you. Yes, I will definitely show you if I ever find the video. But I can tell you, it's like the skills. I just need to pull it up. I just need to find a time to pull it up on my Google Drive, you know, because I have the system right in front of me. I just need to turn to the page in between battles and just tell you the names as we go and do this. Here we go. Where is it? Region, that's Descent. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, here we go. Regen 1.54. Here we go. I have my TTRPG right up here. Need to find it. It needs to load because it's a pretty big document. So, okay, here we go. I got the Canard book ready to go. I just need to turn to the page. Let's see here. Got it. Okay. Let's defeat these enemies real quick. Okay, here we go. I got it right here. I just need to turn to the right one. That's subclasses. Let's see. Here we go. Let's try Grappler, Moonblade. Edge Punisher. Okay, here we go. Some of these... Okay, here we go. Here are the names of... Now, again, I only chose 10. Like, 10, I think there was like 20 or so Edge Punisher abilities. Or, like, something to that effect. You know, like, something that you would normally see, like, I guess, in universe. Like, inverse. Okay, so here are the names of the skills. Some of them, I'm gonna just go down the list. You know, that some of them you already know from the GU, like, Haseo can learn. And some of them that are cut names. There is Tiger Blitz, Twin Moons, you know, Armor Pierce, you know, of course, Bone Crusher. Now, here's when we start getting into some of the newer ones. Raining Moon, which I believe it is an upgraded version of Twin Moon. Tiger Strike, you know, which I'm pretty sure Tiger Strike is in this game fully that Haseo can use. I could be wrong. I mean, it does sound like a move that Haseo has used. Destructor. Destructor is another Edge Punisher ability that was cut from the game. Shellbreaker, Mystic Moon, and Armor Breaker. So, Armor Breaker, you know, I believe it is in the game. It's one of the final ones that Haseo can learn, along with Tiger Strike and Bone Crusher. But the new ones that were not released in the PS2 game were Raining Moon, Destructor, and Mystic Moon. And, like, the moon abilities are all upgraded versions of each other. Mystic Moon sounds so cool. It does sound cool. Like, just imagine, like, you got the Twin Moon, and then you upgrade it to Mystic Moon, you know? Like, you get the upgraded version of that. That would have been so cool. And to see Gabi use it, because, I mean, think about it. We see Gabi use a powerful AoE fire attack in Volume 3. That has got to be Destructor. Yick. Been feeling sick lately? Oh no! Titan, I hope you feel better. Why is everyone getting sick? Why is everyone getting sick? No one's allowed to get sick. I hope you feel better, Titan. You know what? They could have made Volume 4 actually cool. Volume 4 acting more like a prequel than a sequel. Actually, second thought, just call it Volume 0. Yeah, I think that yeah, the game could benefit from a Volume 0, you know? Like, instead of just like a continuation, maybe just, you know, find, you know, like like you said, a prequel to just kind of connect things. Because we already have a ending to Dot Hack, you know, like we already have two endings to Dot Hack, and the third one just kind of buddied the story a bit. Twinning, we both sick. I hope you feel better. Yes, everyone is apparently sick today. No, I hope everyone gets better. Yes, bless you. Yes, yes. Everyone here is blessed. I can bless you. I have a cleric D&D character, so everyone gets a free D4 to their attack roll or saving throw. That includes saving throws against sickness. And you're spawning another chim, boo-boo! Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Let's see here. Let's see, what other chims we got? How about we do these chim? There we go, we got one for the front row. Nice. Got a chim for the front row. 1d4 to your con checks, y'all. Yes, 1d4 to your con saving throws. It's not checks, but saving throws. They're, you know, if you're in the middle of getting sick, you can make a con save in order to not get sick. That, you know, just to get rid of the poison condition, you know? Because you can trust me, I am a cleric. Well, I mean, I'm not a cleric, but I can play as a grave cleric, you know? I can cast Spare the Dying at a range, you know? It would have been interesting if we were able to experience Haseo actually getting to know Sheena more. That's what Roots was supposed to do, but Roots was such a bad anime that they totally missed the mark on it. God, I mean, there's some things I like about Roots, but my God, you know, just like, Roots was supposed to be just that, DOJ. Palmy and Digsby. Yep, I'm Palmer. I'm Polly Dharma, a humble farmer, but you could call me Palmer. I am a grave cleric. If you need some help, I'll be sure to give you some heals. Yep. And this is me mate Digsby. He's the shovel. And yes, he's a very nice shovel. You know, he's helped me through a lot. Dug me out of some holes. Oh man, I like Palmer. Palmer's such a cool character. I'm really glad that I made him. Roots was Cheeks, but Philo was one of the better aspects of Roots, I would say. Though they did kind of underutilize him too a little bit. You know, just because we still, like, I don't want to say too more due to spoilers, but let's just say they make it a big deal and, like, in the games that Philo. Oh, no, Philo. Is that Philo? Is that not Philo? Why Philo? Why are you Philo? Why are you doing this, Philo? Are you Philo? You know, and just kind of like, I don't know. Yeah, Roots was, as you put it, Bibu, it was Cheeks. It was straight up, it was straight up dog water, you know, in a lot of ways. Again, there are some things to like about it, but they just did a whole lot wrong that it just kind of, yeah. And those who haven't watched the anime are like, who? Yeah, I mean, just like, who? What? You're telling me that a very obscure and hated anime that no one's ever watched? Come on, people. I'm sure plenty of people have watched the critical failure known as Dot Hack Roots. I mean, it was only the best, worst anime of its time. Well, maybe not the worst anime of its time, but you know, it's just, it was getting there. Am I the only one who hated Sakaki with a burning passion? Oh no, you're definitely not the only one. I'm sure there's an entire thread somewhere of, like, oh, Sakaki is such a terribly written character, or I hate Sakaki, how could he do this to our cinnamon roll Atoli? You know? It's just, like, how could he? You know, I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't like Sakaki as a character. I mean, he has a great voice actor, though. I mean, he definitely played the role very well of Sakaki. But, you know, just, what can you do? You know, Sakaki is Sakaki. There's nothing much you could do about it. Sakaki is Cheeks. Yeah, I don't want to say he's a poorly written character, but with one or two major tweaks, he could have been a pretty good subversive villain. Alright, but let's be real. They didn't really hide the fact that he was a villain all too well. Like, general aesthetic, maybe. Like, you can probably get away with him making, looking him like a villain because it is a game character. Hey, you know, we like cool samurais. You know, we like the cool samurai aesthetic, but yeah, they didn't exactly hide his personality all too well. And especially when it comes to, like, that reveal, Sakaki. What a character. What a character indeed. Boom. And boom. I mean, outside of Sakaki, there are still plenty of well-written characters, you know? There's still plenty of good characters. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Go. Getting all experience. Here we getting experience. I'm sorry, goblins. I need your 3 EXP. The biggest red flag with his self-righteousness and moral grandstanding. I mean, it could have worked. I mean, it just could have worked. But like Bibu says, a 10-year-old getting administrator over Yada would be funny to me, though. Yeah, to that, you know, just a 10-year-old getting the powers of an administrator over the very game itself. Yeah, that just been, yeah, that would totally be funny. I meant to say yes. Oh yeah, I understand what you meant, DOJ. I understand what you meant, bud. It's just like, yeah, I mean, that would be, that, what the heck? Oh, there we go. I was wondering what happened. I accidentally went into first person mode. Boom, boom, boom. And Sakaki is such a character. I mean, outside of him, there are plenty of good characters. And plenty of good villains too, you know? Like some that you probably would not expect, you know? Excuse me. Boop. A boop. A boop. I'm sorry, Swords. I need your experience. I don't even want your money. I got plenty of money from you all. I just want your experience. Is that too much to ask? I just really want the experience. I don't want your money. I want the experience. So many goblins. So many swords. Sakaki was overpowered as 10-year-olds went. Yeah, it's just like, okay, I don't understand why they made Sakaki 10. Alright, he would have made much more sense if he was the same age as everyone else. Maybe, like, Adelaide's age, at the very least. You're 10, but I can control Ida. You're hired! Well, it was more like, I can control Ida! If you don't listen to me, I will infect your computers and release all the classified documents that you've been hiding here. Including the ones from the Christmas party. And then CyberConnect's like, oh no, you cannot release the files from the Christmas party. We would get ruined. No, it's too embarrassing. We would have to quit out of sheer embarrassment. I mean, why else would CyberConnect choose to give their company over to a 10-year-old? It's like picturing the British Ministry of Magic by hiring Tom Riddle. It was arrived on the doorstep, different all kinds of hostile creatures, dementors included. It would never not feel wrong. Oh, absolutely. Oh, that's a good example there, Tyne. That's just kind of like putting like Voldemort in like that position, you know? It's weird. The newest isekai brought to you by the creators of .hack of Haseo becoming level 150 off of level 1 dungeons. You know, enjoy the painstaking grinding that is leveling. Sheer luck. It'd be better if he was the same age as Adelaide, because what 10-year-old is gonna be doing an unaliving website? Well, look, I'm not going to get too, because that is a very touchy subject. But let's just say that there's a lot of depressed people out there, like young and old, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's just kind of like, it's just with that particular plot point, yeah, like in that case, it just does not make sense given Sakaki's personality and like his sheer dominance over like essentially the minds of everyone around him, the manipulation, as it were. You know, it just doesn't fit with the character, you know? So, it's not the fact that he was there, it's the fact that it just kind of contradicts a lot of what his character actually is. I do not see a character like that being there, you know? Let's just pray that Sakaki did not succumb on anything like the Horcruxes, turning himself into a lich. he sort of became something greater than normal. It's just kind of like, yes, exactly, Boo-Boo, yes. It's just like, I think like the manga, like at least from what I've read of the manga, I think they did like Sakaki's character a little bit better there because he wasn't, as far as I'm aware, he wasn't exactly the villain there. He was just, I guess he was just there. He wasn't really much of a villain, if at all. Some Ida infused being a lich, while Sakaki controlled Ida himself infused. That would be extra terrifying. Well, I mean, Sakaki was already pretty terrifying, you know, just giving control of the entire game, you know? And that was already pretty scary. Ooh. Unless they told us that Sakaki was feeling that way similar to Adley, but we didn't get that from him. Yes. I mean, just imagine, like, I would say, guys, like, the subject that we are talking about, like, Dot Hack can have dark subjects. They handle it very well, but I'm just warning you that there are just certain subjects in Dot Hack that can, like, are not suitable for some audiences. I'm just warning it out there as we speaking about it, but it's just kind of like you said, Bibu, it's just like, Sakaki never made the impression that he was in that mental state, in that same place as Atli, you know? Like, yeah, he used his honeyed words to essentially sway Atli to his side, but for the most part, he didn't really show in his character that anything that would go to that direction, you know? Am I the only one who feels that scripted boss fights will forever feel cheap? Look, scripted boss fights can work, you just need to do it right. You know? Like, if you're talking like, oh yeah, like, once this sort of thing happens, then you automatically lose. Probably not. Look, unless the story absolutely needs it, I don't like that. You know, like, I think a good example of good scripted events would be Breath of Fire 3. In that game, like, at some point during the story, it's your main character versus a guy named Gar, you know, in some kind of, like, tournament where the stakes are high. Well, you go against Gar, and because it's a scripted fight, you automatically lose, but it progresses the story. Things like that is fine, but in terms of, like, cheap scripted events where it seems like it's unfair to you as a player, then yeah, that's something different. Sometimes power corrupts, the absolute power corrupts absolute. And sometimes, okay. Yeah, I get the picture there, buddy. I definitely get the picture there. The point being is, Sakaki would have been a much better character if he had more time for development, you know? Like, there was 3 games. He appears in all 3 games. You tell me that we couldn't just get a little bit more information on him? You know, it could have been tweaked just a little bit to fit with everything. I don't know. That's just kind of my 2 cents. In Sakaki's case, power corrupted him even more rapidly than would have done in his own ways. In Haseo's case, power reveal as well. So once we learned how to trust in others, yeah. You also gotta consider Haseo was also a pretty traumatized kid. He might not have remembered everything that happened inside, but like he went through a lot of crap, you know? He went through an entire 180 of his personality from the events assigned to like him being a teenager. It's just kind of, it's weird. Everyone's got what does that mean? Everyone's got troubles? Yeah, everyone's got, yeah. I don't know what, yeah, what? What? Oh, that. Oh, okay. Okay, I was wondering what that word was. Oh, okay. Everyone's got trauma. Oh, okay. Everyone's got trauma. Okay. Okay. Alright, so, everyone does have trauma. Everyone's got, like, their own things that they're doing in life. Like, I would say, like, it's not going to be easy, you know? Like, when it comes to certain events that kind of impact your life, you might never get over it. Some people, like, end up learning through it. Some people carry with them for the rest of their lives. And, well, and it's, like, just to get over it is not easy, but if you find a way to accept and move on, perhaps things will get better, you know? I just say Trumies to be, a softer term. Oh yeah, honestly, that is understandable. You know, I completely understand that. I understand, Boo Boo. Hey, you know what? That's an interesting way of going about it. You know, you gotta find some light within that dark subject. You know, and what better way to do it than just by having a quirky word? You know, so just something. And we got 5 minutes before the ads are done. Let's see if we can get to maybe 810 by the time the ads start to play. Let's go. Let's do this. When I was learning English, I've always have words like that. Yeah. And I would tell you right now, Bibu, you know, like your English is really good. You are doing great, like with your English. I have been speaking English all my life, and I still have trouble with it. It is, in my opinion, one of the hardest languages to learn. And if you know how to speak it, then you are set for life, because a lot of people speak English. And like, it's just like, there's just so many different variations of words. There are words that sound like other words. There are words that have multiple meanings. It gets confusing at times. It's a very confusing, it's a very confusing language, you know? And then you've got like the different slangs from different cultures. Like even like here in the States, I'm just speaking like this. I just kind of, I don't want to say normally, because there's not a normal English language. There is, like, if we're going chronologically, there's Old English and then there's Modern English, but Modern English has variations of that. You got Northern, you got Southern, you've got you've got all these, you know, all these different dialects and all these different enunciations of certain words. It is just so, there is just so much to the English language that it can just get so overwhelming. You know, and this is coming from a writer, you know, like I've been writing for my D&D channel and even writing a book like for a while now. And it's just one of those things where you can know a language all your life, but still have so much trouble trying to learn it. I mean, even I mess up words so much. I am not a literary master at all. I mess up a lot in my speech and in my writing, but that's okay. That's how we learn. That is how we do things. That is how we do it. But still, yeah, if you do happen to learn English and you know, keep at it, you know, it's one of the most useful languages you can ever have, you know? I mean, being what's it called? Bilingual? I think that's what it's called. Being bilingual is a skill, you know, and it's not something everyone can do, but will get you through life so much, you know. It will definitely get you through a lot growing up in the world. And I say growing up in the world, I mean, we're all growing, I mean, as it were, like, you know, the themes of this game is growing up, you know, you can be whatever age, but you're still learning, you know? Yes, it helps a lot. Yes, it does help a lot. I only know just like very little of other languages. I am terrible at learning new languages because I'm always messing some up. I know very, very little French, you know, just a little bit, not a whole lot, maybe like a sentence or two, and that's it. But other than that, it's just kind of, it's just like, speaking is hard, man. I mean, saying words and having people understand you, it is one of the struggles of life that is also necessary. But it's also kind of funny, because I don't know about you guys, but when I flub up a word, words are hard. I mean, when I flub up a word or so, like, it provides more entertainment for you guys, and then you can point out how ridiculous I'm sounding, and then we laugh. Am I the only one who thinks that Outer Dungeons was a waste of potential? Yes, exactly. That was such a waste of I mean, it was nice to have the Outer Dungeons, but they could have just done so more with that. They could have done so much. It was, yes. Alright, friends, we got ads coming up in about 25 seconds. Go ahead and get yourself a drink and a nice little snack, and we'll be right back after these messages. Alright, we are in fact back with more Hack GU. Let's continue! So, where did we leave off? We left off with like 800 or so experience. Let's see. Let me see, what did we catch up on? Hey, I hope everyone is having a fantastic night. Yeah, thank you, Bee-Boo. It is good to be back. I appreciate all of you who are here to watch this massive grind. You all make it worth it. We have 826 experience for this. Now, friends, we are coming close to getting that 1,000 experience. So now is the time. Now is my question to you. I want to see in the chat, yays or nays? Do we go for another 2.5 hours to get to level 27? How many yays? How many nays? I see a yay. I see a yay from Neo. Not Neo. I almost said nay from Yoji. I see a yay from Bee-Boo. Plot says so. Well, Titan, that's not a yay or nay, and we're not doing the plot. So I'm not sure what that answer is. Is that a yay or a nay? I don't know. So, do we continue? Do we continue for another 2.5 hours? Do we go to level 27? I mean, if you guys want that, I'm seeing one yay. I am seeing one yay. Do we do this? We've got to. I get to. We have to. I can't even speak. That's all, folks. So yeah, I see one yay. I see one maybe. So let's see if we get to 1,000 experience. Oh, I see 2 yays. Two yays from Bee-Boo. I see 2 yays from Bee-Boo. Do we have? We see 3 yays from Bee-Boo. Okay, yep. Now we're getting some yays. We're getting some yays. 3 yays from Bee-Boo. Yay! And 3 yays and 3 axolotls. So that's technically counts as 6. Okay. You know, we got 6 votes from one person. You know, that's a yay. That is a good indication that you guys want me to continue. What about everyone else? Does everyone else agree? Disagree? Do you think we should go push forward and get ourselves an additional level? Or do we not and save it for another day? I'm letting you all decide. Because you're speaking for everyone. Okay, you know what, Bee-Boo? Since you are the speaker for everyone, I will push forward to level 27. Everyone thank Bee-Boo for the additional level. Because we are going to make .hack history. You know? Maybe not immediately, but it makes us one step closer to our goal. We will win. We will fight. We will do what is right and get to level 27. That is... Thank you, Bee. Oh, see, look at that, Bee-Boo. Bee-Boo thanks you, Bee-Boo. Yeah, say you're welcome, Bee-Boo. Say you're welcome, Bee-Boo to Bee-Boo. The lesson I learned from .hack GU was the importance of connection and companionship. Absolutely, yeah. Connection is one of the important themes of the story. You're welcome, Bee. See, there we go. Like, there's just so many bees and the booze. The bees and the booze. You know? Yeah, but the thing that I learned from .hack is that this is a story about growing up, about being the best version of yourself. You know, just trying to move past any like trauma that you've got in order to better yourself and for those around you. You know, I think that's kind of like the lesson that I got from that, from this story, because. You know, as Haseo says, we the people make this world what it is. So let's make it a good one. Let's make it the best one. The best world that we can ever make, as it were. Exactly. Bee-Boo number 3 is right. We have to scream to the top of our lungs with an axolotl at our side. So let us all do that. Let us all scream the axolotl scream. We could do our best, yes. We do our best, the best we can, the way we know how, and just try to learn from our experiences. Again, it's going to be hard. You know, you're going to have struggles. You might even never get over it. But things do get better with it. You know? Things are never always bad. There's always good, there's always bad. It's a flip of a coin whether something good or bad will happen. But you just gotta let the luck roll. And who knows, maybe those lucky or unlucky rolls will lead you to a good place. You know? Because when one door opens, another one stays open. And then that door closes with another door opening. I messed up the analogy so bad that I ruined it. I totally messed up that analogy. Oopsie poopsie. Oh well. You guys get what I mean. You guys got it. We got it. 1, 2, 3. We're doing this. We are doing this. We can win. We can fight. We can do this. Dun, 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 dun. Nah, I'd win? You'd win, Titan? Ah, you'd win. Congratulations. Wait, congratulations? Congratulations, you're winner. You win. Nah, I say nah, I'd win. You would say nah, I'd win. No, I'd won. Titan, I won. You did not win. I won. I heard that. I heard that. You caught me, Peepoo. You caught me. I love Team 4-Star. They're just like they did such a good job in their Abridged series, you know. Man, I got a lot of my inspiration, my comedy through them. You know, they're such a good such a good lot, whatever. Let's see. I can't remember his full name, but the voice of Nappa, Taka. I think that's his abbreviated name, Taka. Like, he's one of my favorite voice actors. Like the Bridge series that they do for Team 4-Star. The voice of Alucard, the voice of Cell, the voice of Ghost Nappa. Otachan, whichever one. Such an amazing voice actor. Yes, he is. He is a very talented voice actor. You know? He is a very good voice actor. Very good Cell. You know, very funny Cell at that. Let's see. I mean, I enjoy his voice so much that I've even watched some of the D&D games that he's actually played in. The Unexpectables. That's what his group is called. The Unexpectable. Where in the first campaign that I've watched him in, he plays Borky the Orc Barbarian. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. The guild merchant mechanic kind of reminds me a lot of Istron, excuse me, Eastern Odyssey series. Mainly because you make money off of your jobs, but then again, you can say the same about Monster Hunter. Yeah, you can say the same about a lot of games, you know? Because, like, it's pretty common in RPGs where you fight enemies, they drop items, then you can sell those items for money, you know? It's a pretty common mechanic, you know? But in terms of, like, specific things, yeah, I mean, yeah, that is a good example of a game that does that. I haven't really played the Odyssey series at all, so I don't know too much about it, but Monster Hunter, heck yeah, I've played some Monster Hunter. I haven't played Worlds, but I have played a lot of Rise, one of my favorite games so far. I think it does a lot good, like a lot of good improvements over World, but I do like World better in terms of like the openness and like the expansive areas, you know? Speaking of World, I wish we could see other members in Canard, like random NPCs that join Canard. Yeah, I wish we could too, and at least in terms of the lore and the story regarding Canard, Syllabus and Gaspard actually do a pretty good job. So much to the point that in Beyond the World, Canard is one of the biggest guilds in the game, so much to the point that they have their own flying ship. Yeah, they did such a good job that they earned a new area word where they are in a ship. If Ovan asked Haseo would lose against, he said, "Nah, I win." that is so canon. The Canard forces. The Canard. You know, like cannon and nard, you know, just Canard, the Canonard. I'm sorry. I can't. Oh man. I'm telling you, like there's just so much with Dot Hack that they could really expand on, you know? Now I'd win, but why am I level 1? You know what, Ovan? Hey no, let me do this in my Haseo voice. You know what, Ovan? I can beat you on level 1. Many people have beaten games at level 1. I mean, I don't need fancy weapons or abilities or anything. You do need the proper stats. Say what? Haseo's very well been there since, you know, that's over before meeting Tri-Edge in the All Grounds Cathedral. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, yeah, he would say that. I mean, such a missed opportunity on my end. Do you mean cannon? Yeah, cannon, as in, you know, kaboom. You know, the Cannonard. That's the name of the mercenary group, the Cannonard. Oh boy, yeah, there's just so much with Dot Hack that they could do. They could very well expand upon. Fire, fire, fire. You know, I would have actually made this game absolutely unplayable if they decided to add a mechanic where you had the slight chance to encounter Tri-Edge. Oh, so you mean like a Resident Evil 2 kind of thing where Tri-Edge chases you throughout the world? Kind of similar to the Doppelganger? Ooh. That's, honestly, that would build a lot of tension. But story-wise, I don't know how that would work. Oh. Canon as in real. Oh, canon as in real. Oh, I thought you meant cannon as in cannonball, as in kaboom, kaboom, you know? Like Mr. X before he go and give it to us. Yeah. X go and give it to you, huh? Yes. He going to give it to us 1,000 miles. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean now. Jujutsu Kaisen codified that line. Oh, okay, I see. Dun dun dun. We are so close to level 26. We are so close. We're so close to it. Boom. We just need 75 more experience to get to level 26. Brad chasing Haseo reminds me of an anime sequence from my favorite anime, I think. I might make a meme out of it. Yes, make the memes. We do like have all the memes. And also, you know what, Bibu? Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe not this stream, but I'll probably make an announcement in Discord. What do you guys think of having a meme of the stream kind of thing? You know, just kind of like you submit your memes into the Discord, and then at the end of certain streams, probably when I'm solo, I choose the best one and show it off. You know, the best one that I enjoy. What do you guys think? You guys make the memes and then I show it off at the end of the stream? Wouldn't be for all streams. It'll probably be for like the solo streams that I do. I have very old memes of putting Kite's face over the I live bish meme. Wow. I have made the yes. Ooh, yes. If you guys are interested in a meme of the stream kind of thing, I'm sort of stealing this idea from Minxie one. But, you know, don't tell her. A meme of the stream, yes. Bring us evidence and memes for Adelaide. Well, you're gonna have to make them, buddy. You know, just you can't just scoot through. You have to make the memes, and somehow you gotta make me laugh. If you make me laugh, you have a good chance of winning meme of the stream. Won't be for this one though, because I don't have it properly announced to the Discord yet. But I think it'll be fun. Like, you guys make the memes. You know, we'll do it. Bring Chigusa back to life. bring me to wake me up, wake me up. Ah, now you got that stuck in my head. Save me. Oh boy. Okay. Alright, we good, we're golden, we can do this. We can certainly do this. We do this. Why not have Atali say, I'll see you in the afterlife then. L'Oreal commercials? Okay. Alright, well, I made it look. Alright, I understand. You know, Atali is best girl. You know, she is the cinnamon roll. And no, really, Evanescence gave us the song Afterlife. Oh yeah, I've listened to Evanescence. I grew up with Evanescence. You know, I grew up with the songs. I don't remember most of them. I mostly remember Afterlife and, you know, Bring Me to Life. That's about it. But I grew up with them. I know what the band is. Ah, boy. Now that song is going to be stuck in my head for God knows how long. There we go. 51. More experience to level 26. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Fairy orb. We got ourselves the fairy orb. We got this. We can do this. Level 26 is just beyond our reach. I need to. Here we go. 952. I repeat, 952. Da 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 da. What? Ooh. All right. 45 more experience. All right, let's mix it up a little bit. 4,000 damage, nice. Wait, what? You got knocked back. How did you not take damage? How dare you? How dare you not take damage? I hear you goblins in here. How many times do I have to tell you goblins? This is my cave. I am the only one that is supposed to be here. My cave. My cave. My cave. Here we go. I gotta have some mother truckin' tea. Here we go today, I say, oh, whoa, 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 here we go now. Da-da-da-dum. If GU had story branches, how many would there be? I'm talking like different outcomes and endings. Oh man, I gotta take this off here soon. So in terms of just like endings, I imagine like maybe 2 at the very least, like a good ending and a bad ending, like which was pretty standard in like some PS2 games. But in terms of branching paths, that's going to be a tough one. I guess it would depend on like if this is Haseo's story, so if we're still focusing on Haseo, we would need to make decisions based off of, okay, do we continue being the terror of death, or do we try to be beyond what is the terror of death? And the story would have to be so different, like have to accommodate for so many different plot decisions. Honestly, it's a good idea, but with how tightly knit this story is, I'm not sure how that would go about it, you know? I am not entirely too sure about that. I mean, it's a good idea. I think it would be interesting to see like an AU version. Like, what if Haseo didn't learn from like his experiences, and what if he actually went back to being the full terror of death, you know? It's just one of those things. It's very much honestly? Yeah, you might have given me an inspiration, Dai. You might have given me inspiration. I think I got myself an idea, but I don't know how to execute it. I think, like, for a video idea, I might throw in, like, the idea of me doing a what-if scenario. What if Haseo went back to being the terror of death? What if after everything he's been through, you know, he goes back to being the same guy that he was? How would the story change? You know? How would things, you know, continue? I think that would make an interesting story. I just don't know how to execute it just yet. If people are interested, I might throw it in the discussion for like what the next set of videos would be. Now, it probably won't be for a good bit because I'm still working on this current one, and I have the Talking with Tabby video that I'm currently having in the back burner. I'm just waiting on voice lines. Still, I think we got something. I think we got ourselves an idea. Ideas are always good. Ideas are fantastic. We love ourselves the ideas in our noggins, in our mind axes. No, I don't want to go to town. I'm in town. Right. Here we go. Setting ourselves to level 26. Hopefully in this dungeon. Let's see. Boom. 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 Okay, yeah, this is definitely the dungeon run where we become level 26. This is most certainly that dungeon run. The dungeon run. We will certainly reach level 26 here, and then, as per the community's decree, and by community I mean Bibu, but times 6, we shall go to level 27 tonight. I won't go back to being the terror of death. Anyway, I'm going to use my avatar Skate, the terror of death. Oh god, I can see that. I can see that happening. I won't go back to being the terror of death. I will be the horror of death. Oh, the irony. There's so much irony in it, yeah. I mean, look, I would say they sort of did that in Link, but it just, I say sort of, they kind of butchered the story. Level 26! Woo, let's go, level 26. Let's go, friends. We made it to level 26. Now let's go to level 27. But to be fair, he was fighting Kubia. Yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing about Kubia. Why was Haseo on top of Kubia? Was that ever explained? I don't think it was. Like the final encounter with Kubia, Haseo was standing on top of Kubia. Why? I'm just thinking about it right now. Alright, Kubia, let's go. Why the hell am I up there? Is that me? Is that me stronger than me? Oh, PK me! Say it to Sakaki. Uses it on Sakaki right after. And then Natalie's like, Haseo, why are you up there? I don't know. Ask me. Me? Why the hell are you up there? I'm you. Ah, damn it. It's all your fault, Haseo. No, it's not. That's all your fault. I'm you. Damn. Honestly, that is just one of the things that just never gets explained in .hack.gu. Why Haseo, or at least a copy of Haseo, is pretty much on top of Kubia. That just never gets explained. And I just find that hilarious. Like, I get that Kubia is the shadow of the epitaphs, but shouldn't we see like the other epitaph users on top of Kubia as well then? That would be actually interesting if the story, but my idea completely, oh, was it completely different? Wouldn't, let's see. Maybe Haseo ended up being kind of like Ovan in the end, or becomes the next Ida vessel. Ooh, that would be interesting. So, Haseo succumbs to Ida due to his own grief and loss, you know, and his desire for power. Ooh. And then GU has to find a way to data drain Haseo. And then that way, in this fictional scenario, we take control of one of our party members, either Atali or I think Atali would be the more thematic choice. That would be interesting. But or maybe even Yada, if anything. Who knows? But I think Atali, like in this scenario, would take up the mantle to fight Haseo. We play as Innis for one avatar fight, and we data drain Haseo. Oh, that would be so cool. That would be so awesome. What an interesting idea. What an interesting idea, NeoJ. Hey, if there's any modders listening in right now, and you know you want to like, if you want to make a mod where you can play as the other avatars, let's go. Let's do that. I've got ideas. Let's do that. I can, let's see, succumb to Ida due to his own grief and loss. Wait a minute. That gives me a sharp reminder. Yeah, I'd love to do that, yes. Let's play as the other avatars. Look, all their movesets are ready, you know? Just make a mod where we switch control over the other avatars and then just fighting Haseo. And make him the avatar battle, you know? I want to be able to use the other avatars. Do you go... Hit on. Oh yeah, Bibu's in our Discord. Bibu's in our Discord. Yeah, I do. Yes, he's in our Discord. He is a welcome guest of our Discord. He is awesome, you know, he does good things. He does good artworks. Go check him out in the art section. Yeah. But still, man, like, we need more mods. Like, if anyone wants to volunteer to make .hack GU mods, I've got some wicked stories that we can make to help promote said mods. Because I write the scenario, you make the mods, you know, you get more mods, you know, you get more people downloading your mods. I mean, just saying, you know, we could work something out. I just remembered I did a .hack drawing meme I did. Nice, yes, we do like the memes. We do like memes. I'm pretty sure that's how it's said. It's not meme, it's meme. Meme. We do like the memes. It's fantastic. Fantastic. Aruma, Akemi, and Atali's clothes. I have no idea who that is, Titan. I have no idea. Poke. And a poke. Okay, with 39 experience out of 1,000, we are so close to level 27. Let's go. Whew. Oh boy. I'm gonna have to move around here in the next break because, my god. Whew. Alright, back. You can hold in there. We've got a mission to do. We need to get to level 27. And we're gonna do it with style. I don't want to go back to town. Doom, bum, bum. Doom, bum, bum. Doom, bum, bum, bum. Boom, boom, boom. Da 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 boom, ba-doom, ba-doom. Here we go now. Alright, so now that we're level 26 going to level 27, let's go over our plan for here. So originally the idea is that I do a level per stream, and it was working out for a while, but we would have to do 25 more streams in order to finish this challenge. Now, I am willing to continue this challenge. You know, I mean, well, I'm going to do complete it one way or another. But in terms of like how many levels I do, if you like what you see and you haven't followed or subscribed, please go ahead, hit that follow and subscribe. It means you want to see more of this content. It motivates me to continue this challenge. And if more people, if more people interact in the chat and or follow or just watch, then it motivates me to do more of these leveling streams, as well as, you know, the interactions and the everything, you know. And I'll be motivated to do 2 levels per stream, because if I do 2 levels per stream, then that means that we would need to do at least 12 or 13 more streams instead of the 24 or 25. So we could definitely do that. We could definitely knock out 12 streams instead of 25. So I'm thinking. So if I dedicate at least 4 streams a month doing 2 level ups. So hang on, actually wait a second, yeah. 4 streams, 2 level ups, that's 4 streams, 2 level up. So that's 8. That's 8 levels right there. So 3 months. So at least 3 months. Okay, actually, wait a minute. That could work. Ooh, guys, I've got myself an idea. Okay, so the rate this is going, if I do 2 levels per stream, and I do at least 3 or 4, you know, levels per stream, by the time we get to July, now I have a birthday in July. Now, while I do have plans to go visit some friends in late July, if I do a special birthday week where I go through and finish the remaining levels of this game for my birthday, you know, hopefully we can get to level 50 on my birthday or near my birthday. What do you guys think? A proper July 22nd. I turn 31 in July 22nd. Now, I will be going on a trip to visit some friends, probably after the 22nd. We still have yet to finalize the plans. We still have yet to go over the major details, but that's kind of the idea that I wanted to do. I wanted to go visit some friends, fly out there, have a good time. So, if we do this, because if we do like an entire week where I just finish up the remaining levels that we needed, then I think we can finish this before my birthday and move on to volume 2. I think, like, just imagine, just imagine, like, take your mind axes, you know, just hone in your mind axes real quick. Imagine that we complete this challenge. We complete this challenge, and then it's my birthday as well. What better birthday gift than to have my entire community here cheering me on, you know, and completing this very self-inflicted challenge, but it'll be well worth it, you know? Being someone who spent, like, at least at this point, let's just say I'm estimating 80 hours, spending 80 hours getting from level 1 to 50 in the first dungeon. And this is just the first game. Our idea is to go from level 51 and 100 and 101 to 150. Just imagine, guys, finishing this first volume right before my birthday. All the celebration. We can celebrate with some music. There will be dancing, you know. There will be other types of celebrations which I haven't really planned out yet, but I think that would be a very fun way to spend the birthday. Building up the anticipation of completing this challenge. And to do that, I'm going to need to do at least 2 levels per stream leading up to it. Because if I could just get at least 16 levels between this month and, if I could get at least, 16 months between this month and next month, then we can finish up the rest of the levels in July, leading up to that level 50. That's an idea. I've got that idea. You know? Let's do that. You know what? Let's do that. I will go through each level. We'll do 5-hour streams of this. We're gonna do, like, from here on out, with your guys' help. I'm gonna need everyone's help from this because, yeah, hey, I do like conversing with you all. Like, it does help that I have someone to, you know, communicate with. With your help, we can make Don Hack history right before July. What do you say? We need more crossover art. Yes, we do need that as well, Titan. We definitely need that as well. What would happen if Tri-Edge and Kai were in the same room? Well, they would be like, is that me? Is that me different from me? Why are there 2 me's? And I named 2 series worthy a dot hack crossover image or 2. Yeah, that is true. Yes, it's good to have, you know, a crossover image or 2. You know, there's only so many crossovers you can do, as it were. Yeah, there's just so many. You know, I'm sure. Is that me? Is that me stronger than me? Oh, and me! Ah, Vegeta! Always the kidder! Ah, man, I definitely need to take a warm cup of tea here soon. Probably gonna end up doing that in about 15 when we go on break. But yes, that is the idea, friends. That is the idea. Dot hack Jujutsu Kaisen when? I have no idea. Probably never. Because let's be real, I think dot hack works best when it's just its own single narrative. You know? Don't get me wrong, the crossover games, I hear they're pretty good. I hear they're pretty neat. But you know what? Sometimes a single focused narrative just as good, you know? And honestly, I am very surprised. Yeah, oh, you know what, Titan? I was just about to bring that up. You know, Claire Obscura Expedition 33. I want to play that game so bad. It looks so good, and it's $50. You found it. Oh, you found it. Oh, you found it. You found something. You found something, Bibu. What did you find? Did you find treasure? Did you find gold? Did you find the secrets of the universe? You legally have to tell us now. Okay, maybe you don't legally have to tell us. But yeah, Claire Obscura, I want to play that so bad. $50 and turn-based RPG. You know, like it looks so good. It looks so beautiful, and it's like from a French company, like a new French company that we've never seen before. You know, it just looks so awesome. It would be cool if we got a Shangri-La Frontier times got that crossover. Yeah, I think that might be interesting. I could definitely see some connection, like in aesthetics there. As for Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning, I have not even played that. I don't know too much about it. It looks good. I just never actually got around to playing it. I know some people like it. I think, if I recall, I think Empty Milky actually likes it. She's my co-host that comes on every now and then, you know, co-DM. Oh, Titan, just letting you know, I'm just letting you know, I made it so that way you cannot put links in the chat anymore. You know? Not you, bud. You know? And we used to do that. I did put it in the Discord, and it's because we've had some pretty bad activity with people posting links that were very suspicious. So do keep that in mind, Fred. You know, not you. I just had to block any sort of. No, I know. I'm not blaming you. I'm just letting you know. Like when you put .com or anything, then it will. Yeah. Apparently all your messages got nuked. You know, but that's okay. I can still see them crossed out. They're fine. But you know, just be careful. You know. Yeah, be careful on links. I had to put up link protection for context, Titan. So yesterday, when I was playing a very nice game with Empty Milkies, we were playing Cooking Companions. this guy came to our stream, and you know, he was a new viewer. Hey, we were welcoming. Hey, oh, you play music? Yeah, that's good. You know, he was telling us about himself, and then he's like, oh, could you review this music for us? And he posted a YouTube link. We're like, nah, it's all right. We'll look at it after the stream. We don't do it during the stream, you know. And then he got all mad, you know, that we weren't doing it, and. Well, after a few profanities from him, we're like, nah, we're not doing that, and we had to ban him. And because of his activity, sadly, we had to make it so that way no links can be posted in the chat. So again, it's not you, Titan. It's just that guy from the other day. So I just letting you know, bud. Please do not, even if it's like anytime you put .com or anything, it would just automatically remove it now. So just be aware of that. I would have seriously considered a Fey Knight's Day and .hack crossover, but it's against the rules to try proper Jujutsu Kaisen crossover. Let's see. Would it be cool if Kingdom Hearts got a Dynasty Warriors side game? Absolutely, NeoJ. A Dynasty Warriors Kingdom Hearts game sounds so freaking cool. I love that idea. You know, just fighting the Heartless in massive waves, you know, using various Keyblade builders and in a very similar way to 358's multiplayer. Oh, that would be so awesome. I sent it to Art Showcase. That's why I found it. Ooh, okay. I'm going to look at it during my break then. Yes, it's a meme redraw. Nice. The meme redraw. We do like that. I'm going to look at the meme during the break here in about 10 minutes. I am anticipating a good meme. I do like good memes, especially creative memes that you guys have sent in our Discord, which, hey, look at that. Streamlabs have given you the Discord link if you want to join our Discord. It's right there. The link is right there. Okay, maybe not for your YouTube, folks. That's in the description. But for the Twitch chat, guys, you know, the link's right there. You know, if you want to join our Discord, you know, where you can chat with us, you can, be entertained by some of our wonderful people we've got in our community, you know, that way, and you'll be notified when we go live, when we upload videos, and of course, I'm a .hack YouTuber, yeah, I do .hack content, every now and then, I upload stuff, for the .hack community, it's a fun time, and I do like the memes, and I do like creative drawings and memes, and I cannot wait to actually observe that. I cannot wait, Sim-I-Am. I cannot eat the grenades in it. Hey, Mexicoon, how's it going? Yay, .hack, welcome, my friend. I hope you're having a very good welcome. We just reached level 26 in our challenge, and we are continuing to go to level 27. This is going to be a total of a 5-hour stream, and we're glad to have you with us. You, Maxi, you are going to be part of something big. This is going to be one of the biggest events in our .hack community. And that's just me blowing it out of proportion, because you know what? This is a self-inflicted challenge, but you know what? We are making history right now. Let's be honest, I haven't made a meme in a minute. Well, there's no time like the present. What kind of a challenge? I am going from levels 1 to not 99, levels 1 to 50 in this game in only this level 3 dungeon. I am going from levels 1 to 50 in this dungeon alone. We are, at least in terms, you can see up top the number of battles we need, the amount of experience we need, and the time. Now, they're not live updated, this is just from the last save, but yes. We are doing a level 1 through 50 challenge in .hack GU. And we don't plan on stopping there. We're also going to do this for volumes 2 and 3. We're doing this, alright. Let's see here. You wanna draw Haseo saying, nah, I'd win sometime. Yes, I totally should. Yeah, you totally should. You totally should. And now add it to my notes so I remember. Yes. You know, we do like fresh art. And I thought people playing WoW had no life. You know what, Mexicoon? You're right. I don't have much of a life, but you know what? This is, honestly, You know, it's not that I don't have a life. I did this challenge because I am what some people would call a professional idiot, and I wear that badge of honor. Thank you. Was gonna say historic, we talking, like Haseo and Silvis winning tag team champion as a created characters on a fantasy roster in the 2K game. Even better. It's even better than that. Because, so, Maxie, my pal. So when I say we're gonna make .hack history, is that because I already did that last week. Oh, well, I mean, yes. Hey, congratulations. Haseo and Syllabus won the WWE, but I think this is bigger. I think, no offense. I mean, hey, I'm sure that great accomplishment, you know, good job, Haseo and Syllabus. But in terms of this challenge, I am doing this to better, like, spread the word of .hack in a way where I don't know how to explain it. I'm imposing myself this challenge not only as a way for me to just kind of like experience something different with a game that I love, but I think this is also a good way to get .hack on the map, you know? It can be spread as a good thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. I know what you meant. Yeah, it is a good thing. It definitely is a good thing. But yeah, I want to spread just kind of like the word of .hack. I've been a .hack activist, I guess you could say, for the last few years, like trying to let people know about this series, of various things about it, and just kind of creating some new stuff for the series. And I'm doing this just to get the word of .hack out there, just to like give an accomplishment, you know, like for the community. This was originally supposed to be like a joke, like a community joke thing. Like, haha, I do level 1 through 50. I didn't realize how difficult it would be, but I think now with this being the way it is, I am doing this for the community, you know, just to have that accomplishment. And funny enough, CyberConnect themselves know I'm doing this. I ended up promoting this type of stream like months and months ago, and CyberConnect liked the tweet. So CyberConnect themselves know I'm doing this. So if CyberConnect knows I'm doing this, maybe, just maybe, that'll be enough motivation to, I don't know, give us a new .hack game, maybe, I don't know. Saying. The one reason why I love challenge runs, obviously for the challenge, but I think it also makes you look outside the box of your options. Even makes use certain mechanics. Oh, absolutely. I agree with you 100% there, Jay. I'm the newest cult member of the .hack religion. Well, it's good that you're part of our religion, you know? Because you have entered the cyberspace, and we welcome you in open arms. So using domain expansion, anyone? Technically, yes, it's called Scathe. But yeah, it's just kind of like, I want to do this for the community, you know? I want to, like, bring the word of .hack to those who might be interested in it, because while the games themselves, you know, have aged more or less good and bad, like some of them do, some of them don't, like this game is available for pretty much every platform now. And according to CyberConnect themselves, basically it's Bandai that is holding the keys to a new .hack game. If, you know, if there's enough people who find interest in .hack and want a new .hack game, they might end up greenlighting a project. And that is kind of my goal with this stream, and even the channels to an extent, that, you know, because .hack is what's seen as kind of like a dying brand for the longest of time. Like when I first came into the community a few years ago, there wasn't really much talk about .hack. There was hardly any videos from other YouTubers. There was some that got a few thousand views every now and then, very good, like retrospectives and very good, like summaries of the games. Like one other YouTuber that I kind of got inspired to do .hack content from, I believe his name was Shenta Reviews. He did a full retrospective on the .hack series. Very good guy, you know. He put so much time into those retrospectives. Learning, like, I learned a lot about Dot Hack through him. While I have played it, the Dot Hack GU, prior to watching his reviews, it was kind of his videos that kind of inspired me to look more into the series and make content for him, you know? Let's see. In all fairness, the Dot Hack fandom as a whole was getting back up from a 10 to 12 of damages that happened before 2017 Evan. Yeah, I think last Recode actually did a good job in, you know, revitalizing the series a little bit. It didn't do a whole lot. I mean, it did sell a few million copies, which is pretty good on top of what the original version did, but I think there still needs to be more though. And like, thankfully over the years we've seen plenty more people do retrospectives and reviews on Dot Hack GU in particular. Ooh, excuse me, because it's widely available. People now have access to it. Like, man, I wish I knew the one YouTuber's name, but there was this one guy that went through the entirety of Dot Hack GU, from volumes 1 to 4. Like, we're talking like 4 or 5 hours of like a breakdown of Dot Hack GU, its story and its mechanics. And like, so many people watch that video. So many people watch that series. We're talking maybe a collective total of 500,000 views, several thousand comments on that video. And like, that just goes to show you so many people want more Dot Hack stuff. Like, just from that video alone, it just shows me that people still want. I even get comments now on my Why Dot Hack is Awesome, like every now and then, about people saying, oh, I remember this series. I wonder what happened to it. Oh, I really love Dot Hack GU. I just wish we got more. And so that's just kind of my goal with this. You know, just to spread at least awareness of Dot Hack, like, in its amazing story. And just kind of, you know, revitalize the series any way I can, you know? I don't know if we're ever going to get anything new Dot Hack, but if it does, I hope I can contribute to the, like, I hope I can bring this to new faces that want to explore this fandom. Because we've got a wonderful community, not just myself, but Dot Hack Network. He's another Dot Hack YouTuber that spent like what, 10 years doing this? You know, he deserves a lot of attention too. For what he has. Like, he does a lot of like the behind the scenes. Like, he goes through the various models and various like details of the world. And like, I should, hey, go check out Dot Hack Network. You know, after you're done watching this stream or when we're going to break, go ahead and check his channel out for a change. If you gave Godbrand by Kevin Crawford a Dot Hack game and the gameplay style could work, I don't know about Godbound. You know, I think this plays more like Final Fantasy VII Remake, because the bones are there. Like, I could see a lot of Dot Hack influence in 7 Remake, and in a strange way. So, you take the essence of Remake, put it into Dot Hack, either as a remake or it's a new title, and I think that game would do pretty well. I don't think it would be, like, massive, but I think it would sell quite a few million copies, and people might enjoy it, you know? Fabula Ultima is the next best option I could recommend in terms of tabletop RPG. Yes, that is a good recommendation. I'll have to check that out. But guys, let's go ahead and take ourselves another break. So an ad's going to be coming up. Go ahead and get yourself a snack and a nice little drink, and we'll be right back after these messages. And we are back with more level grinding. Here we go. We got 200 plus experience. Let's go ahead and continue, shall we? Let's see here. We have about like 200 or so experience here. Final Fantasy VII Remake, aka Final Fantasy VII for short. Yeah, that kind of treatment should happen to Percy Jackson. Yeah. Oh wait, thank you. Yes, I did see the meme. It was a very well drawn meme. Just, yeah, just staring right at the chest of I don't know who that was, but just kind of like staring at the character was staring at the chest of the other one. It was a well drawn meme. Congratulations, Bibu. It was good. It was very, very good. Taihaku and Sirius. Oh. Yeah. Yes. Sirius, Taihaku is just. Yep, Taihaku was definitely checking out, Sirius, the tall guy, that tall guy. Honestly, it was some good artwork too, man. That was awesome. I really liked it. Yeah, me and my friend having a gag that those two are Alcade's parents. I mean, they do act like it, Yeah, Alcade has two dads, Taihaku and Sirius. Alcade and I have no idea who that is, Titan. I have no idea who that is. Exactly, they're so caring towards, absolutely. I mean, yes, Sirius does go off of the deep end a little bit in Volume 2, but and Taihaku as well in Volume 3, but you know what, hey, just kind of like, what can you do? They still care for Alcade. Excuse me. They still worry when she gets when she disappears, I would say. I can see that actually. And Kyo's codes will be quite something. The Rengeki system was so satisfying. Too bad it's very limited. Exactly. Why is it that we cannot equip magic for the Rengeki system, Why? I don't know why. Why can we not cast the magics? Also, Ibu says also. He's got to also. I just remembered I have Tekken customizations of .hack. Oh, that's so cool. I've never gotten into the Tekken series, but I just always like the customization option make with Tekken. And that's at least codes that's it in terms of art. I have no idea who that is. I have no idea who that is. Alright, 243. We got this. We can get this. Got this. Got this. Put our mind access to it, we can accomplish anything. So, Pika and Alcade and Yo's close anyone? I have no idea who that is, Titan. You're saying all these names as if I know them. I might be smart, but I do not know those people. But yep, that's the thing. Yep, that's the thing. Yep, that is a thing. But yeah, I just kind of like, I wish that we could equip magic into our skill bar. Wait, what? Why can't we just, cast the Root Cruise critically? I think so far I have done Kai, Yata, Ovan, Alcade, Tabby, and Tekken so far. Interesting. Yeah, you ought to show us the picture sometime. I think we do have a general gaming section, so yeah, if you want to show off your cosplay, either do it or like Tekken cosplay, I guess in this case. Go ahead and put it either in general gaming or in .hack. Oh, an entrance. Nice. You got the whole cast. Man, Tekken is really good for its customization options. You can really go ahead and make all these different characters. Yes, let me see if I can find screenshots. Yes, do so. We'd love to see screenshots of these things. I'm pretty sure if the series continued, they would have innovated on the Rengeki series. Oh, absolutely. I mean, they sort of did with the badminton minigame in Link, but that wasn't really much of a evolution, more of an extension, I guess you can say. Oh, and Taihaku apparently. Yes, we do like Taihaku with the manly mustache, the mustache, as it's called. Taihaku can see potential futures? I don't know. I don't remember ever reading that. But if that was the case, he probably would have saw his own future. Reiko and Yuri. I don't know who these characters are, Titan. I don't know. You keep saying names that I don't know. I know some of the names, just not a whole lot of them. I don't know any of those. Not a single one, sort of, kind of. I know Reiko. That's Pi. That's just about it. Let's go and get ourselves some meat. You'll see. Gonna level up. Next level 27. Say it now. Dun, 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 dun. I love EXP. Why don't you go and flee from me? I love EXP. Have another encounter with me. Oh, does a crazy idea, but hear me out. Rengeki Chain. Ooh, I kind of like that. Okay, kind of like mixing the badminton minigame from Link with the Rengeki system, so that way, when you do a Rengeki, then one of your allies can do a follow-up combo chain. I like that. I like it. I think Yada is my favorite custom. It looks so much like him. Yes, I mean, it's pretty easy to make his outfit, let's be real, I assume. Because he doesn't really have any unique armor, and like, his garb can be recreated pretty easily, I think. But still, I mean, I'm sure it looks awesome. I'm sure it looks pretty cool. If you were at Discord, you knew... If you were at Discord, and I knew where you were, I might show you an image. Another name I do not know. So many names being thrown around. The streamer is not knowing what these names are. Should I know these names? Should I not? I don't know. I do not know. I do not know. I do not know what's going on. Hey, you know, the tornado. Tornadoes are always nice. Ah, beans. Ow. Alright. Almost got the 300. Let's go. Almost at 300. Go, we'll go. Today you'll see. Just need one more battle. All I need. I need EXP. Won't you go for my party with me? I need EXP. So have another encounter with me. Oh, dude. Goblins laden city. Your end up awfully. Dun 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 dun. I love EXP. Just a little bit more and I can level up now. I need EXP. Will you be the encounter I need? I don't know. I'm making stuff up now. We're at 300 already. We're doing pretty good for ourselves. We are doing splendid. We are doing fantastic in this game. Oh. This one should give us to about 300. Oh. I just posted the art showcase in Key's Discord. You can see my name there. Yes, go ahead and check out B-Boo's art in our Discord. He does art stuff. What if Dot Hack was directed by Michael Bay? Somewhere out there, in this entire world, something is happening. Something bigger than all of us. Don't know what. I don't know how. But I will find out. Yes, I am right here. All I've done, I faced myself. Kaboom! What I become. Kaboom! I faced myself. And then just explosions all around. Boom, 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 boom. That will be Michael Bay's Dot Hack. Saying. That sounds like a movie. Not a bad movie, not a good movie, but a Michael Bay movie. And look, not all Michael Bay movies are bad, but he definitely loves his explosions. Like, if he could use an explosion or 5 in his movies, he will do so. I mean, I would say, like, all jokes aside, the first Transformers movie was actually pretty good. I haven't seen many of them. I maybe seen like the second one, but everything after that I have not really caught on to that Michael Bay stuff, because it just got more and more ridiculous as the movies went on. And I guess you could say like they're kind of like dumb fun movies. Movies that you will just pick up, enjoy for maybe one time, and just kind of forget about it. Like mindless fun, you know? Not meant to be taken seriously. Excuse me. And I'm trying to. Now you got me thinking about movies, like adaptations of movies. Like, in terms of what? Let's see, what director? Like, if there were ever a Netflix Dot Hack, who would be directing the Netflix Dot Hack show? I mean, honestly, I would love to have like the animators for the Castlevania series kind of have their hand at Dot Hack. I think that would be fun. As long as the director, yeah, I volunteer B-Boo to be the next director of the Dot Hack series. Let's go. He could do the art personally. I'll provide the voice lines for Haseo and Ovan. Let's go. Let's do this. As long as the director isn't acting pretentious, I'm fine with the... Yeah, good luck with that. A lot of film actors are pretty pretentious. Only have a few handful of good ones still out there in the world. Peter Jackson, you know, pretty good director, you know, pretty good guy. But that's the only one I remember off the top of my head. But yes. Hey, excuse me. So sorry. Sorry for yawn. Yawning is very unprofessional of me. Hey, got another tornado. Tornadoes are always nice. Do like ourselves a tornado that we can cast on our enemies. Hey, Knights, how's it going? I hope you're having a fantastic day. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us. We are going through levels 1 through 50 in this first dungeon. Now, obviously not all at once. We already got through level 26 in this stream. We're going to level 27 now. So I hope you're having a fantastic night. I'm glad you're here with us. I hope everything is going well. We're just, like, talking random conversations. Like, if there were to be a Dot Hack Netflix series, who would direct it? Who would do all this and that? You know? Like, we are having a time. We are having the time. It's good to have the time. Time is currently, at least in my time, 8:52. You know, We've been at this for about 3 hours and 9 minutes. We are doing pretty good for ourselves. On the YouTube space, we have NeoJ, and on the Twitch space, we have Bibu and Titan. All very nice people. We're all having like good conversations. We're all having a good time. Do I post screenshots in the .hack one? Either in general video games or like general discussion video game or .hack, whichever one you wish. No, it's up to you, bud. No. Hey, yeah, you can post your screenshots in either one of those. Because I do occasionally go through the various sections of the Discord. I do need to revitalize it just a little bit, just kind of like organize it, maybe add some things, take away something. Honestly, I can't even read. Honestly, I'd love for them. I cannot read. Honestly, I'd love from them the guy who did the Fatal Fury anime movie. I could see that. That's actually a good choice. Honestly, I agree with you. I think that would make a good adaptation. If Netflix made a .hack adaptation, I highly doubt they're going to be in the world at all. They're probably going to try to insert a love triangle between... Oh, no! No! Let's hope not. Because Adelie, her character, is 16 and Ovan is in his mid-20s. No. Let's hope not. I sure hope that's not the case. If, like, God forbid someone doesn't do their research into, like... I can already see Netflix, like, if Netflix actually does do an adaptation somehow, like, without, like, if they just randomly give, like, the story to, like, a company that won't do a good job, my God, I just, yeah, probably not. No love triangles between certain characters. Not at all. I mean, Haseo and Adelie are, like, look, it's the canonical shipping. You know, even Link confirmed, like, they did the wedding event together. And, you know, just kind of like, I'm trying to think, but what do I think? Why do I think? How do I think? I think with my mind, and I'm slowly losing it. Maybe if I just stop thinking. No, I can't stop thinking. Because that would mean I'll be sleeping. And I have to stream. I can't sleep and stream at the same time. I'm not that professional. Let's hope that .hack doesn't get the Soul Eater treatment. I don't think I've seen, like, the Soul Eater treatment. So, you sure you don't mean, are you sure you don't mean Death Note? Like, that treatment? Like, that adaptation was pretty bad. That was, oh. That's all I gotta say. That was something. That was an adaptation. Death Note adaptation. Although they have, like, Netflix has been getting better over the years. I will say, the One Piece live action, really good. I enjoyed it. The Castlevania Netflix series, like the first set, pretty good. I have my gripes about some of the aspects, but it's still good. Soul Eater wasn't that bad in my opinion. Soul Eater, okay. That's literally the top. Oh, but, hang on, what? That's what it's called? Soul Eater not? I didn't realize that was the actual title. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I'll take your word, Knight. If it's not that bad, then I might check it out. Because usually with like Netflix adaptations, they're hit or miss. Okay, I posted it in the .hack one. If that's hey, that is perfectly fine, Bibu. You are all right, my good sir. You are having fun. You posted these screenshots in that one. That is perfectly okay, as it does pertain to .hack, because you're dressing up Tekken characters in .hack outfits and making them look like .hack characters. So I would certainly say it is .hack related. So you are good. You are fine. But yeah, Soul Eater or not, that's... I don't know how I feel about that name. It just doesn't sound right to me. It's like, Soul Eater. Not it just kind of sounds like just doesn't sound right, you know? Kite might actually be my favorite now. Kite is actually, for the custom, yeah, Kite is actually a pretty good character, you know? I would say he might be a little one note in the original games, but he does have his good qualities about him, you know? We do like our main protagonist, Kite, and his ventures in and out of the world, you know? Apparently, he's doing very well for himself in this particular time of 2017. You know? Apparently, he's doing well for himself. We do appreciate, you know. I think he, like, if I remember the, excuse me, if I remember the lore correctly, he's trying to be a teacher or learning to, like, become a teacher eventually. So that's pretty cool. You know? It's just a spin-off of background characters. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, hey, you know what? That actually sounds interesting because fleshing out the background characters could enhance the main story just fine. Okay, I'm kind of digging the idea now. I'm kind of digging it. I did syllabus too, but I didn't take a screenshot. Wow! No, you didn't take a picture of You didn't take a picture of syllabus. Oh no. Tisk. Whatever are we going to do about this? Oh no. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know what we're gonna do there, Captain. Very sad, QWQ. It is definitely a QW to Q. Know what we're gonna do. Don't know how we're gonna be. We're gonna be something. Gonna be. I have no idea what I'm saying. Thinking about me and streaming for as long as I do, sometimes I get a little crazy. Sometimes I talk to myself. Sometimes, you know. Oh man, this makes me want to remake Haseo in Soul Calibur. Yes, ooh. Oh, which Soul Calibur do you think of doing it in? The only ones I've ever played, the only one I ever played of Soul Calibur was Soul Calibur 3. I did play it on stream like maybe once or twice, but yep, great game. I could probably recreate Haseo in 3, maybe. We'll see. But I think they have some pretty good customization. Do it, see Knight? Bibu, and you can't see him, he's in the Twitch chat, but he said, yeah, go and do it, Knight, go do that. Yeah, remake him in Soul Calibur. We all get it crazy at one point, Claude. Yeah. A Soul Calibur 6. Okay, you got plenty of options in Soul Calibur 6. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, I can see you recreating Haseo in that engine. I think I did Haseo as well in Tekken. Yes. There's that idea. Everyone creates Haseo and other .hack characters in these other games. Spread it throughout the interwebs. And we promote .hack that way. We all get crazy at one point, Claude. Yeah, we do. I mean, we're all a little crazy. You know, I'm just sitting here, talking to a screen, with words flashing in front of me. And it's as if I'm talking to people. Oh no. I might be going crazy here. I'm speaking to my computer screen. And it's responding via chat. I don't know where I was going with that. Keep it up, Claude. I gotta hop off now. Thank you, Maya. I do appreciate you coming up. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for joining. You're wonderful. Staying so as long as you did. Ooh, I enjoyed watching. Yes, and hey, I appreciate you being here, giving me more support, and stopping in the chat every now and then. You're awesome. You have yourself a good night. I'll see you later in the week. Soul Calibur 6 is super good. Yeah, the last time I played was Soul Calibur 3, so I have a lot of catching up to do. No, I lie. I played a little bit of Soul Calibur 4, and the only reason I did that is because I think Soul Calibur 4 had Darth Vader in it. I thought that was so cool, so I played a little bit of 4, but that was the full extent of my knowledge of the series. Yeah, I definitely need to get back into the Soul Calibur games because, like, they just look so cool. Like, you know, I'm like the Marge meme. I just think it's neat. It's just so, like, I have so many games in my backlog that I can get through, man. Like, I need to get through, well, I mean, I don't need to get through, but I have a current playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 that I'm doing a personal thing. Yes, I put 600 hours into Baldur's Gate 3 and I'm still not, I'm technically done, but you know, just, yeah. You know what would be an awkward spin-off of Dot Hack? If you were able to play as the Ida virus. Not awkward. That would be fun. Playing as Ida. A sentient Ida. You could skip 5. 5 was kind of, eh. I mean, would you say it's just kind of there? It didn't really push anything. Like, it didn't do too much. It was just there. And then 6 came along and saying, BAM! New coat of paint, new mechanics, new customizations. Have fun. Because that's kind of how I'm seeing 6, based off of the initial, you know, initial idea that I'm getting. You know? Get over here. Because let's see here. Like I said, the last game, like Soul Calibur game I played for a little bit, but I beat 3 like years and years. I even played 1 game of it on stream. I remember having a good time with it. You know, the don't know what it's called, but it was just kind of like the guess you could say just kind of like the, like, not chess, I'm not thinking of chess, but just kind of like the strategic battle, like, I guess tower, like defense, not tower defense. I hope you know what I mean, but Soul Calibur 3, they had a mode where you can just fight certain battles and just kind of get experience through that. I remember, like, hey, 420, funny number. You got the funny number, and I need my drink. 6 had to reboot the franchise, and from what I'm seeing, right, Chronicles of the Sword. Yeah, that's it. That's what it was called. Chronicles of the Sword. That's what it was called. I remember playing that so much growing up. You know? Do they still have anything like that, where you kind of like create your character, you go through the Chronicle of the Sword, and just, like, fight battles with different equipment and whatnot? Or do they have something different for 6? I believe so, Knight. Yeah, Ninja. It was a Chronicle of the Sword. That was the name. Because I really remember enjoying that mode a lot. I hope they brought it back for a future game. If not, well, that's okay. Like, from what you're telling me, Knight, 6 seems like a super cool game, and I might put it on my wish list. I might, you know, keep a look at it to see if it goes on sale. I might just end up getting it, and who knows? I'd even play it on stream if I end up getting it. Because every other Friday, we end up doing Free Stream Friday, where you guys in the community choose the game for me, and like based off of the choices that I give you. And then, hey, I might even put like that on the list if I end up getting it. That is, money is always the issue, but that's all right. Because once I do get it, we're gonna have fun. We're gonna do the best that we can. We're gonna play the Soul Calibur game, baby. They have an RPG mode in 6. It's not as cool, but it puts your character into a canon story. Ooh. Our character is canon to the story. We do like that. We do like how our decisions impact the narrative as a whole. And we do like ourselves, like, the uniqueness of being able to, you know, make the decisions for everyone. Make everything the way we want it. Bonitas! Hello, welcome. Yes, I shall summon a chim. So let's see, let's go ahead and choose this one here. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. There he is. Look at him. Look at him dancing. He's right there. He's a little guy. Yeah, more chims. We got more chims. More chims dancing around. Boop, 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 boop. See, the more chims we have, the luckier we are. You know? I think that's just the way it has to be for a .hack game, you know? Like, hey, you know, it's common knowledge that if you hold on to more chims, something good might happen. You know? We just gotta. We gotta P-I-R-T-Y because we gotta. Man, that's a callback. I sense .hack being played. I was summoned. Yes, my summoning spell worked. By putting on a .hack game, .hack fans will come. It's like that old movie quote says, "Build it, and they might come." I don't know. They probably will. They might not come, but they did in this instance. In this case, thank you for coming to the stream. We appreciate it. We are in the middle of getting to level 27, our challenge. We are almost halfway done to level 27. We did get to level 26 this stream. So, I would say, like, in estimate, probably in the next hour and a half, then we're going to get to level 27. That is my guess. So, we'll probably get to about 500 experience, I want to say, like, by the time we go on our next break here in about 20 minutes. And by the time we get back, we'll only have 400 more experience to get, which is pretty cool. I've been getting nothing but .hack music on Pandora all week. That might be a good sign. That might be a good sign of things to come. .hack music randomly showing up on Pandora. You know, a .hack stream showing up. I mean, are we getting something new .hack? No. Dancing Chimps coming soon to Netflix and eventually in theaters. Probably sold out already. Yes, you know what? The tickets are all sold out for the Chim Chim show. You know, like we in order for you to get a ticket, you need to go and submit your soul to Gaspard and be a permanent member of Canard, while also performing the duties of Canard in place of Haseo, since he's no longer playing the world. You know, that sort of thing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I need to see if I have myself a Coca-Cola or something. But we're going on the next break because, oh boy, I need something to wake me up. Wheel Wow Magic Claptrap. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go ahead and get Claptrap here. Alright, give me 1 second. I need filter. Where's the filter? Filter somewhere. Here we go.
Hello, meatbags! How's it going? I know my voice has changed a little bit, but for the next 10 minutes, I forgot to click on the game. For the next 10 minutes, I'm gonna sound like this. Yay! Isn't this just amazing? I don't know if anyone can understand me, but that's okay. As long as you hear noise in the background while you're doing your work, then I'm sure that everything would be fine. Yay! The Claptrap voice is working, I hope. I hope the Claptrap voice is working. Yay! Oh, I did manage to track down GU Volume 3 on the PS2 a while back. Hell yeah! We do like that. I think now that Recode is available, I think the game, like those, the original PS2 version might be a little bit cheaper now, which is great. I'm glad you're able to get it. Because honestly, there's just something about the original versions of the games that are really good. I think, like, this version of the game kind of toned everything a bit too much on the easy side. Like, experience gaming and whatnot. But, on the other hand, so many things. I personally recommend you play Recoded Master... Oh, okay, hang on, I gotta reread that. I personally recommend you play the Recoded Remastered Night. Okay, wait, is that the name of the game? Recoded Remastered? It is, LOL. I found Quarantine at my game store today, but I don't have enough for it. I mean, I think it's like, what? I mean, I hope it's not any more than what it originally sold for. Like, let's see, hopefully you can get it for about $30 now, at the very least. Hopefully so. I definitely need a drink. I meant to say last recorded. Oh, okay. Oh, last recode. Oh, you mean last recode? Yeah, we recommend you play last recode. Boing, boing, boing. Hey, Maxie. 480 or give or what? 480 for a game? Hell nah. No, we ain't doing that. You tell them, look, this game is 20 years old. I'm practically broke. 30 or nothing. And then watch as you get kicked out of the store. Absolutely. Yes, I recommend playing Last Recode. Because apparently the last volume of Not Heck GU is $480 where he's at. I last played Last Recode when I was trying to get all the PS2 to build my library. Awesome! I mean, this is definitely a good game in your collection. You know, a very good game to end off the series, I would say. Or at least this you know, the sequel series, of course. I was at another place and they wanted 800 for a 20-year-old PS2 game. That is a good game, but a 20-year-old PS2 game, $800. Not even Quarantine is that much. 800. 800. 100 times 8. I'm looking for the original 4 games. Good luck with that, dude. I mean, when it comes to the original 4 games, you can get the first 2 volumes for like $30. Then when you get to Quarantine, it's... Oh yeah, that is right. Quarantine is the second rarest game on the PS2. The cheapest you'll find is $200. Oh, absolutely. Like, I think the first rarest game is Roar of Rose, which is at like 400 or something like that. 800, I could have bought a new kidney with that, absolutely. I've got all of them before. Oh, man. It's kind of like, wow. I mean, it's awesome that you got all of them so far, but it's just kind of like, this is why we need game preservation. This is why we need remasters of these older games. So that way, we don't have to worry about these scalping issues, because $800 is a highway robbery. I mean, really. I'm supposed to be the crazy one here. And like you just said, you could buy one whole kidney with that. What were they thinking? Some people. I tell ya. Like, I swear, man, I really wish that games were cheaper. I also imported Fragment, which was region locked. That's true, but you know, I mean, I'm sure you could buy yourself a Japanese PS2 or a. I know there is some PS2s that have both the English and Japanese BIOS. I don't know where you go to buy it, but I know that there are some that actually have both sets of BIOS. I think it might have been a developer PS2. I could be wrong, but you might want to look into it. I think there might be still some floating around. Great, now I give Nintendo an idea. Now I gave them price the physical copies for $800. Oh, don't even get me started on Nintendo. Like, Nintendo is just one of those companies that are just really making the dumbest decisions left and right here as of late. I mean, really, suing Palworld, putting their new Nintendo Switch to $450, which could be raised due to these tariffs, and then you've got yourselves the games themselves. $80 for Mario Kart World? Are you serious? I can buy 2 whole used games with that. Nintendo is not... It's not too late to be suing EA instead of guys behind Palmore. Exactly. I heard they can't remake the original 4 games because they lost the original files. Yeah, I mean, not just that. Even if they did have the original source code for the games, it wouldn't be compatible with newer hardware and newer systems. So they would have to make the game from the ground up, which it is possible. I mean, Square Enix did that with Kingdom Hearts 1, and that is barely, you can barely tell it's a remake. Put $80, with $80 I could buy 20 Steam games. Exactly! You can buy 20 Steam games with that one $80 purchase. And let's be real, it's not even guaranteed that Mario Kart World is going to be good. Now, it might be fine, but so far from what I've seen, there's not really much that justifies an additional $20. It's open world, big deal. A lot of games went open world. You know? I mean, it's just... Hey! Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, Maxie. Congratulations! You are a bard. You are, in fact, the bard. You are a musically talented individual. And you should be proud of that. Yay! Thank you very much. You can at least buy a last recode on discount several times over Steam. Oh yeah, like $5-10. You can buy so many last recodes with that. So many recodes. Oh, sorry, Nine. I forgot to read your message. Sometimes you can find good deals on rare games, but only sometimes. I did manage to get Capcom vs. SNK Pro for $50, so you gotta look around. Oh yeah. You can definitely find some good deals if you know where to look. No problem. Oh, Creed, I'm actually running a bit late on something, but good chatting with you, and nice to find more people who are into the dot hack. Hey, it's good to have you here. I hope I see you for future streams. And here we go. Before you go, let me go ahead and do the Discord link. Here we go. Up into our Discord. You'll be notified as to when we go live. You can chat with us. You know, you can go ahead and have a good time, and you'll be notified as to when we go live and upload videos. We hope to see you around. Have a good night there, Maxie. My goodness. I really do need to get a drink here soon. $528 experience. I spent 80 on the Fatal Fury City of Wolves Collector's Edition, and I'm not spending $80 on a standard game. Absolutely. Like, the thing about $80 games is that I think it's just too much for the general consumer to be, you know, buying an $80 game. Especially since nowadays, like, game companies, like, they are very tricksy. They are able to fool people into thinking that they're getting a good experience, but it's a glitchy mess with microtransactions at the wazoo, you know, battle passes, all these monetization schemes, and like it's one thing to spend $60 on a game that has all these things. It is another to spend $80, because how much are people willing to risk to buy these games? Especially if they do turn out terrible, you know? Again, I'm not saying that like games like Mario Kart World is going to be terrible or anything. I mean, I think it'll do just fine, but what does World have that justifies the additional $20 added onto it? That's not even including any DLC that they might want to promote. Because let's be real, they're probably going to start charging for DLC soon too. Soon after its release. I mean, look how much DLC Mario Kart 8 got over the years. My god, so much DLC if I recall. I don't know, man. These are just getting very strange. The special edition of SSB Super Smash Bros. Ultimate with all the DLC characters on it will be one thing. But this is something else. Oh, absolutely. It is the standard game. The absolute standard game. Not even like DLC or anything, just it's just the standard game for $80, which is, I don't like that. The last game I ever played that was priced at $60 was Octopath Traveler 2. Now that was a game worth every single penny. Oh, absolutely. And it's very weird that a lot of these companies are going down the $80 route now. But when you see companies that make games like the Oblivion remake, Expedition 33, they're selling at $50 and they're doing wonderful right now. So if the other game companies can sell games at $50, why can't bigger companies like Nintendo do the same? I mean, we all know it's greed at this point, but it's just very weird, you know? I don't like it, but I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens. Oh, and the timer for the voice is up, so let me go ahead and change that real quick. Filter.
There we go. Yay, my voice is back. Voice is back. A deep voice is back. Back and better than ever. Ha 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 ha. Special edition of the Super Smash Brothers. Oh yeah, I've already read. Yes, my voice is back. Claude is back. Back again. Streamers back. Friend. Fatal Fury City of Werewolf was $60 and one season of DLC is free. See, that is fine. Honestly, I think like $60. Like, I think it's been the standard for like what 15 years. You know, $60. I think it's fine for a game. Not great. I prefer the $50 like we're getting now. But you know what? I still like justify myself spending $60 on a game, especially since, like you said, like that first season. Free DLC, that's nice. You know, that's a little something extra, you know? But it's just like, let's also take a look at like some of the other games that Nintendo is porting over with this new release. Like Legend of Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom, and Breath of the Wild. Well, I'm going to specifically focus on Breath of the Wild because they're reselling Breath of the Wild for $70. An 8-year-old game with no DLC. Like, none of the DLC is going to be with this version of Breath of the Wild. And not to mention, like the PS1, or not PS1. Why did I say PS1? The Switch 1 games that are going to be ported over, at least allegedly, is not going to be run on natively on the system. Apparently, again, allegedly, because this is just what I heard from the grapevine, that the Nintendo Switch 2 is going to be emulating the Switch 1 games. That would explain why not all of them are going to be ported over day one. Because if it was native, there would be no problem in just say, hey, you know, just pop your cartridge in the system. You'll be able to play it natively on the system. No? You might as well buy the original at that point. Exactly. You know, that's what I'm saying there. It's just kind of like what is the point of the Switch 2? Because their big marketing push right now is that you can play both Switch 1 games and Switch 2. But right now, it seems as though Nintendo is... Now, again, I'm not sure if they're using this emulator, but considering they just won the lawsuit for, I think, like, Yuzu, I am going to assume that Nintendo is using Yuzu, the emulator, for their new Switch console. Which... that is just scummy as anything, you know? Using the work of someone else. Yes, they did. I think, I haven't read the lawsuit. It's been a while since Nintendo won that lawsuit, but something happened with that emulator that got it shut down. And now Nintendo is using that same emulator for their Switch 2. I think that's dumb. Like, you should make it native to the Switch. The Switch 2 is not even that big of an improvement over the Switch 1. I mean, I've seen the screenshot of the frames, like the frames of Cyber Connect. Got 23 frames with not a whole lot going on in it on the Switch 2. My God, it looks horrible. Yeah, that makes me scared for the new Fire Emblem. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Fire Emblem. Look, in terms of like the newer Nintendo games, I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue. But my issue is that Nintendo has been advertising that the console is going to be backwards compatible with the Switch 1. But if it's going to be emulated, not everything's going to be brought over proper, because not everything's going to work with the emulator. And, you know, like, at that point, you might as well just use a emulator for your PC to play Switch games. Now, I would say, like, as a disclaimer, you know, if you want to play the Switch games on the emulator on PC, I do recommend just buying the game. You know, I do not endorse the high seas. You know, piracy. No piracy. It's just kind of like, yeah, I mean, you can play Switch games on an emulator. You can dump your files on the computer and just kind of play it through that, you know? So it's just weird. It's just very weird that Nintendo is going down the emulation route harder and harder, you know? All the answers led to greed. The biggest example, the Wii. You practically played the Wii games and the GameCube. A better example, 3DS, played DS games. Yeah, exactly. It's always been backwards compatible in some way or another. Yeah, honestly, Jay, that is a really good example. You know, the 3DS and Nintendo DS. You could play any and all Nintendo DS games on a 3DS, regardless of what it is. You can play it for the most. I think like maybe one or two or not, due to like some things, but for the most part, almost all of the Nintendo DS games could be played on the Nintendo 3DS. Why couldn't they do the same for the Switch 1 and Switch 2? Like, spend a little bit more time, learn how to do it natively, because the technology, they still have the technology there. There's no reason why it couldn't run natively, you know? I don't know, man. It's like, and then Nintendo's doing all this crap with Power World, you know, suing them over mechanics that they do not properly own. Like, yeah, they have the patents, but they shouldn't have those patents in the first place, because they're common mechanics on pretty much a lot of games nowadays. And then all of a sudden they're going around changing the policies of their own thing, where if you are caught tampering with the Switch 2 at all, or even the Switch 1 I think now, that you can potentially get your system bricked. No. I don't like that. Like, some people like modding their Switch for one reason or another. You know? Some people just like to have like modded consoles and hardware. To brick the entire system just because you want to avoid piracy. Look, I understand. Look, you know, you want to sell your games. You don't like piracy. That's fine. Like, I get that. But bricking an entire system for someone modding your console, other companies do not have that issue, at least as far as I'm aware. Like, the modding scene is pretty alive, you know? But Nintendo just doesn't like mods or, like, for the games or anything, for that matter. It's like I said before, they got used to their opposition messing up. Well, it's not even that. It's just Nintendo has relied very heavily on their brand name and not really doing much to innovate their systems, you know? Nintendo is a company, as a company, is cheap. That's the thing, they never used to be, or at least not in this extent. Like, now that Gary Bowser, that's very ironic that, you know, the new CEO is named Bowser, is, you know, running Nintendo, it's more corporatized. It is more about, like, more about the money and less about the passion, you know? The late, I'm gonna butcher his name, and I'm sorry if I butcher his name, Mr. Iwata, you know, like the former CEO, he would take a pay cut, you know, just to ensure that his employees were make sure his employees were paid, you know? Nintendo has turned to the dark side. Yeah, that is true. Nintendo is definitely turning to the dark side. And the sad thing is, there's just so many people defending Nintendo's action. As if, like, this is fine. Like, this is perfectly okay, you know? And it's just very sad to see that so many people are siding with Nintendo on a lot of these issues that people, like, have concerns over, you know? It just doesn't make much sense. Suing Palworld's creators instead of using EA, doing EA is... Yeah, they're suing Palworld because not only is Palworld a threat, but they're a much smaller company. Like, Nintendo thinks they could just bully Pocket Bear, you know? You were the chosen one, Nintendo! You were supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them! Let's think. Anyway, guys, we got one more ad break coming up, so let's go ahead and take a break. We'll be right back after these messages. Alright friends, we are back. The last hour of the stream. Let's... wow, okay, very professional. I just got back. But last hour of the stream. Let's go and get this level up. Let's go. If Nintendo sued EA, there'd be a lot more people. A lot more people defending Power World. Nintendo has sued EA. A lot more people will be riled alongside. Well, I don't think, maybe, I don't know. That's the thing. Like, I think like this particular case has everyone interested because it is Nintendo punching down at an indie company that is using similar mechanics to, you know, Pokemon. Now, oh, thank you. Did you have the custom? Did you see the customs? Oh, I honestly forgot to see the customs. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go take a look at them now. So they are in the dot hack. Oh, this looks so good. Oh my, I love the Ovan one. Oh my god, that looks so much like him. Oh, and Yada as well. Yada's looking great. Yeah, oh yeah, he's looking great. And Entrance, I mean, he's looking pretty fly. Atali, you know, she's got herself some wings now. That's awesome. Alcaida's almost 1-for-1. Oh my goodness. Honestly, these are really good, Bee-Boo. That they are really nice. Oh man, you did such a good job with them. Honestly, that's awesome, my dude. I really like those customs. You did so good on that. So, do we know when Nintendo turned into Disney? I want to say it was when Mr. Iwata passed away, and they chose Gary Bowser, you know, to run the company. Because so far, I just don't think Nintendo is thinking about the consumers anymore. Like, they may say that they do, but it just seems like they don't, you know? I don't know. It's just... Oh, you're welcome, Bee-Boo, you're welcome. You did a very great job. I am so proud of you. Let's see, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. But, yeah, we were talking about Nintendo World. Yeah, I can see Ovan, Ovan 1 constantly. Exactly, it looks so much like him. It looks so good, dude. Only sub-fractions of Nintendo are showing consistent care for the consumers. Oh yeah, when I say Nintendo doesn't care, I'm not talking about like the developers or the people actually making the stuff. I'm mostly talking about the ones that are making the decision, like the corporate heads. The ones that do not really care much about the games and care much about like how much return they can make on their investments, you know? I have a video too of my friend fighting my Ovan fighting my friend's Alucard. Ooh. That's going to be an interesting matchup, I would say. Man, I was going to say something. What was it? Yeah. I think what I was going to say in terms of like the Power World lawsuits, like they should not have been able. Like, oh yeah, that's right. They're punching. Nintendo is punching down at Pocket Bear because they think they're an easy target. And the point I was going to get at, it was a very funny match. Oh, if you still have the video, go ahead and put it in the same section. I would love to see that. But yeah, the point I was trying to make with the whole Nintendo thing. Oh, Tekken 8. Oh, Bee-Boo, is that Tekken 8 that you're doing? Oh, what am I doing? I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way. Yeah. Bee-Boo, Knight wants to know, is that in Tekken 8? Like your creations. Yes. Okay, Knights, Bee-Boo says yes, that is from Tekken 8. Like his images in our Discord. And honestly, they look so good. Look so awesome. But to finish my thought real quick before I end up losing it for the Pokemon lawsuit. So, in regards to Pokemon experienced something that was very similar to Power World. When Pokemon was just starting up, they took elements from various games at the time. Final Fantasy, Shin Megami Tensei, and while the mechanics weren't unique to Pokemon, they used what was great about these other games and made their own systems from it, very similar to Power World. they took a risk and they found success from it. And Palworld is doing the exact same thing. They're taking aspects from other games around them, creating something unique in the process, and they're gaining like high sales from it, you know? Yeah, Shin Megami Tensei, Super Robot Wars inspired Digimon as well. Yeah, Digimon, you know, like all these other games. I don't know what came first, Digimon, Pokemon, but still. Sweet, I'm gonna have to join the Discord later. Yes, I think the link to the Discord is in the description of this live stream. All you gotta do is click and go there. If not, I can give you the actual link to it. And yeah, you're free to join. You know, it's a free server. You know, we got a lot of cool people here. And we got ourselves a good, nice little community here. We're slowly growing, you know. And we might be a small channel, but we got some wonderful people to talk about. And yeah, like Pokemon has done like a very similar thing to Palworld, but the thing is, Pokemon knows, like they have experienced the blow up in popularity with their own series, and they're seeing the same thing with Palworld. They don't want Palworld to be the same as Pokemon, because that is a threat to them, you know? And don't get me wrong, I love Pokemon. I just don't like the newer games, because I think they departed too far from what made them good, you know? And then, instead of innovating on their systems, they're more worried about taking down the competition, which is definitely not fair to Pocket, you know? Just like, I think that Pocket Pair should be allowed to stay on platform and just to be experienced by people, you know? In fact, even Pocket Pair said, hey, you know, if the Switch 2 is powerful enough, we don't mind making a port for it. But the problem is Nintendo is not going to allow like Power to be on the same system as Pokemon, you know? Like, it would have been an easy thing for Nintendo to say, hey, you know, we can, if you give us a 30% cut of the profit, you can be on our platform too. Nintendo would have made a lot of money off of just allowing Power to be on the Switch too. But they're not doing that, you know? I'm not saying Palworld is a perfect game, like it's still in early access, but there's a lot of potential there. And Palworld has already sold 32 million copies. 32 million, that is already exceeding Pokemon Red and Blue's lifetime sales. That is just amazing to me that an indie game from a pretty much unknown developer at the time, like, just making something like this. And if Nintendo wins this lawsuit, it's gonna be a bad day for the gaming community, you know? Because you're gonna see less innovation in these games. You're gonna see more of these companies going back and forth, suing each other over mechanics that they don't, like, own properly. But if by chance Nintendo does lose this lawsuit, it could also mean, now again, I'm not a lawyer, I do not know like much about the legal system, but if Nintendo does lose this, and Pocket Pair proves that Nintendo's patents are not original, then Nintendo could lose the patents. Watch Nintendo pull a DC Comics and sue the rival company, then buy the IP when they go over. Oh, I mean, I think they already sort of, like, maybe not to that extent, but they sued Yuzu, a Switch 1 emulator, and I remember seeing something, but I think they bought the rights to Yuzu. They sued the creators of Yuzu and then bought the rights to use it. So, Nintendo is not above using the law to get what they want. I mean, they do. Man, now I'm stuttering. Like, they should not have even been allowed to have like the patents in the first place, because the 3 patents that they're suing for is gliding mechanics. I'm paraphrasing drastically here, but bear with me. Gliding mechanics, the throwing a ball to capture a creature mechanic, and mounts. They're suing mounts, even though, like flying mounts in particular, I believe. Like, it's just, they don't own any of that. Like, none of the mechanics are even unique enough to like be classified as original, because a lot of companies have made games with those very mechanics, and that is exactly what Pocket Pair is using the defense over. If Nintendo had sued EA instead, yeah, it would have been trapped in a EA would have been a different thing if they tried to sue EA. They would never sue EA because they are just as big of a company, as Nintendo to an extent. If that's the case, I'm pretty sure everything should be just sued. Exactly, and that's what's most likely going to happen if Nintendo wins this. Nintendo wins this, and Nintendo isn't just getting money off of this lawsuit. In fact, they're only asking for $32,000 out of this lawsuit. Nintendo wants an injunction, meaning that the game is going to be pulled from stores. Like every single storefront. No one is going to be allowed to buy the game anymore. Now, I'm not sure if this means that people are not going to be able to play the game either, but if that's the case, that's even worse. They're going to have to issue refunds to everyone who bought Power World. And that's going to suck. That's going to tank the company if that's the case. Like, the fact that Nintendo would consider doing that, it's practically a slippery slope. Oh, absolutely. It's not just a slippery slope. It is a freaking avalanche. When Nintendo does things, other companies are going to follow. Take a look at Xbox. After Nintendo raised their games to $80, look what Xbox did. They raised the price of their consoles. They raised the price of their games. It is just crazy to me. Wait, they're sued Power World and not Genshin. Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the... Because, you know, I don't know why they're not suing Genshin. Maybe it's because they are, I guess, a much bigger company now. I don't know. Maybe yeah, oh god. Yeah, Genshin might be next. Who knows? But Genshin might be a little bit of harder company to fight against now that they are well established now within the, I guess the anime open world verse. I don't know what to call it. Like the Haseo verse. But yeah, they're suing Power because Pocket Pair was, at least until recently, was a smaller company. Like they were an indie studio. They only made a couple games before that. Like Pocket Pair blew up with Power World. Like 2 million players on Steam at once. Like when it first released. Not many games could do that. That almost broke the barrier for how many people were playing at. I think it's like that game came in like 3rd or 4th, about most amount of players at any one given point, something like that. Something like that. It's just like, I mean, if Genshin is next, like I don't even think. Now to think about it, if Nintendo wins this, then that opens Nintendo up for other companies suing them, because look at how many patents Nintendo has, guys. I'm not even kidding you. Nintendo has a patent for vending machines in video games. Nintendo has a patent for a distribution kiosk inside of a video game. Nintendo is fighting Hoyoverse like it's a featherweight. Fighting against another featherweight. They don't like fighting people on equal ground. Oh, absolutely. Like, Nintendo is so petty. They tried to sue, I'm not even kidding, they tried to sue a Mexican grocery store that was called Super Mario. And Nintendo lost that lawsuit. Nintendo tried to sue a supermarket in Mexico that's called... Yes, I am not even kidding. Just recently, Nintendo was trying to sue a Mexican grocery store called Super Mario over the name Super Mario. But Nintendo lost because 1, Mario is a common name, and 2, super is an adjective. They do not own the word, you know, super. And so Nintendo lost that lawsuit. The Bowser family tears out of it. Yeah, it is very ironic that Nintendo's new CEO is named Bowser. I want to know if that's intentional or not. Like, it's gotta be at this point. Because there's no way that a guy named Bowser, like, is now working for the Nintendo company. Like that's gotta be an industry plan. You cannot tell me that's not. It's very weird. I heard about that wild story. Oh yeah, it is really wild. Nintendo has a massive history with suing like other companies and other organizations. I think the big one that I remember in recent years, like there was a streamer called Etika. Like he was a big Super Smash Brothers fan, and sadly he ended up checking out, for lack of a better term. Like it was like a very heavy loss for the Smash Brothers community, and so like they decided to like the communities decided to hold a Melee tournament where they were selling like I guess Etika's brand for the like Wii controllers with Etika's brand on it, and Nintendo shut that whole thing down. Like it was a charity event, I think it was, and Nintendo just shut it whole down. It just, you know, like Nintendo is not like not above, you know, just shutting down charity events, you know. Nintendo employee, sir, there's a family business. Nintendo, why? Why should I care? Why should I care? Their name's Super Mario. They must get the laser cannon ready. They must get the laser cannon. You see, I wouldn't be too surprised if that conversation, like maybe not to that extent, but I would not be surprised if that was the case. It's just kind of like, and the funny thing is, like, there's a lot of people defending Nintendo over actions like these, you know? Like, hey, you know, Nintendo is our favorite company. You know, we're going to defend it to the end. There is no logic in some of these defenders, you know? G. Bowser's BS on Power World would provoke everyone, and not fun of EA to go on the side with Power World creators there. Oh yeah, like EA would probably try to sue as well. You know, like if you set the precedent for using patents to wage war on other companies, you know EA is going to be one of the first companies to do that. Like mark my words, I'm pretty sure EA would do that if Pokemon wins in this case. Excuse me. Take a drink of my tea. Gary Bowser was EA's cat's paw to hit Nintendo with. So there's that, yeah. Even as a longtime fan of Nintendo, or at least when the GameCube came out, I can't even support the decision. Look, I love Nintendo products too. I mean, I was pretty excited for Metroid Dread. I think that looks like a good game. I play a lot of Nintendo games on this channel. My first ever streams were Pokemon Nuzlocke with my co-host Okami. You know? I love Nintendo games and what they could do, but I cannot support the company's decisions. Like their anti-consumer practices. You know? It's just not right. It is definitely not right what they're... I don't know. This is... I guess like that's why I'm more a PC gamer now. You know? Mario uses Fireball in Smash Bros. Exactly. Yeah, that's a good example. Look at how many games use a Fireball-esque mechanic. Imagine, say, I don't know, I guess I'm just going to use Bethesda for this instance because they got out of scores. Imagine if Bethesda decided to sue Nintendo over the use of a Fireball. Oh, we own the concept of using a fireball, you know, projected outward towards a target. You know, imagine if they did that to Nintendo. I'm sure Nintendo would throw a fit, you know? And if Nintendo does win this, that's pretty much what's going to happen. Maybe not with that example, but, you know, like, it's just like that. But then soon Nintendo would be just wrong in the other direction. Oh, exactly. You know, to Nintendo be like, oh, why are you suing us? No, you don't own this mechanic. It would be one of the biggest hypocrisies in the industry, you know? I don't know. I just wish we went back to a time where, you know, it's just like, yeah, you know, these games can exist. We can have good experiences, and that's what gaming should be, you know? Providing good experiences for a lot of people. You could still make a profit, but I don't know. Just sometimes these companies just are very questionable, you know? I don't know, friends. I do not know. I do not know whatsoever. Suing EA would be the most acceptable target. But like I said, Titan, like EA would be hard to put a lawsuit under. Like they're maybe not as big as Nintendo, but they're pretty close to it. Guess the big N really despise money. Well, it's not that they despise money. It's that Nintendo loves loves the idea that they have control over like all of these different aspects of gaming. And whenever like something comes along that is similar to theirs, they feel threatened by it. Like, and I know I've seen some people like online use like the Temtem example. Like, why didn't people go after companies like Temtem and whatnot? It's because Temtem, I don't know much about the game, but it wasn't really on Nintendo's radar because it didn't do as well as Power World. Power World blew up. Everyone knew about Power World. Like Pokemon with guns. Like a survival game with Pokemon-esque mechanics, you know? Excuse me, I'm definitely gonna have to give myself a warm drink here soon. Nintendo needs to learn how SNK did. Yeah, exactly. Like, Nintendo just needs to chill out with these lawsuits, you know? Because if, like, I'm really hoping Pocket Pair wins this lawsuit. Like, we deserve good games, you know? We deserve great games, like, from very wonderful creators. And I'm not saying that we should, like, endorse, like, piracy or, like, plagiarism. Because Power Word has had its fair share of plagiarist claims over the years. Most of them have been, or not over the years, like over the last year or so. Most of them have been fraudulent. People have lied about that. I would say the only thing that I would see that, yeah, a good case for is that there is one design of one PAL that copies a fake mon, like some artist did, or at least that's from what I've seen. I don't know how true it is. It is alleged. It could be false. It could just be another lie, but, you know, that's the thing. It's like, for the most part, I see Pocket Pair as just fine. They didn't copy Pokemon. They might have some, like very small controversy with one plagiarist thing, but that's unconfirmed, and I don't even know if that's going anywhere. I feel like the biggest difference is that they didn't sue people. Yeah. Oh yeah, like it's just like, that's the thing. Because Nintendo, like, in response to Power World, and Power World having to go about doing its, what's it called? Like, doing this counter against the lawsuit, they had to get rid of mechanics in Power World. They pulled back on the mechanics of, you know, releasing a Pokemon into the world via the Power Sphere, as well as the gliding. They got rid of gliding with your pals because of the Nintendo lawsuits. I have a reason behind my question. Oh, well, let me see your question. Did anyone here check out Star Trek or Magic the Gathering lore? I've played a little bit of Magic the Gathering. I don't really keep track of the lore all too often, so not entirely too sure. But, it's just kind of like, this Nintendo is not the same company as it was even 5 years ago. Like, it is no longer the cheapest alternative into gaming. Well, it will be if all these companies keep raising the prices the way they did. But it is... Nintendo might have some good games, but they're just not that same company anymore. But you know what the real sad part about all of this? We're not surprised that Nintendo wouldn't do these type of tactics. Oh yeah, they... Like I said, Nintendo has a history of suing anyone and everyone to protect the IP, you know? This isn't the first time Nintendo did this. Look at the Album Saga case. Yeah. Oh, yeah, like, Knights. There's like 40 years worth of lawsuits just from Nintendo themselves. Most of them they won, a couple of them they've lost, but Nintendo is really petty. Like, if I didn't know any better, Nintendo is not a game company. They're a law firm. Because a lot of the time, they will send their ninjas out. I mean, just look at other examples. AM2R, like the guys who made that fan recreation of Metroid 2 spent 10 years making the game. And Nintendo waited until after the game was released, yeah, for free. He wasn't selling it or anything. Just released it out there for people to play. They shut down the project. Nintendo shut down AM2R just instantly, like like a couple days after it came out, you know? And then look at Pokemon, I think it was like Uranium. It was a fan-made Pokemon game that used new assets, new Pokemon, like new environments. Pretty much everything was built from the ground up outside of the mechanics-wise, but Nintendo shut that down. It's just weird. Yeah, give me a second, Titan. You wrote a paragraph for me. Why is Nintendo so keen on being bedfellows with EA? What's with the EA stuff, Titan? You know, like, I don't think EA has too much of a connection with what we're talking on here, bud. True, the album saga was less repulsive and vile on the other side. What Pokemon Power situation is going to become? Yeah, it's just kind of like it's just sad, you know. It is just a very sad time to be a gamer. Bowser's connected with these guys, hence why I asked. I mean, yeah, I would say, okay, I will give you that, Titan. That Gary Bowser, at least from my understanding, did come from EA. And who knows, they probably are still in connections with EA in one way or another, but at the same time, you know, we can't really make that assumption, like, entirely, as we don't really have any sort of, you know, concrete evidence. But it's just like, I am kind of worried for how the gaming industry is going to come. I know some people that want a gaming crash to happen just to kind of reset everything. I don't know how that's going to work, because the gaming industry almost crashed, and it's funny. It's funny that we're saying this. The gaming industry almost crashed back in like the 80s after ET failed and like game sales plummeted, and then Nintendo stepped up and actually helped bring the gaming industry back. Now they're the same that same company is inadvertently trying to destroy the gaming industry. Yeah, with like this big controversy they have against them. You know? And it might be a little hyperbolic of me saying that the industry is going to collapse. Might not collapse, and probably will be severely damaged though. But when one company does something, especially for a company as big as Nintendo, other companies will follow. It is just one of those things that it just happens. When you see one company get away with something, other games will do it. Let's take a look at Overwatch, for example, in terms of like this copying the quota here. Overwatch was a great game that used loot box microtransactions, where you could randomly get cosmetic items and such. Other companies saw that and said, we can do that. Let's monetize it on our own, but we'll make it, you know, like even worse. Look at Star Wars Battlefront 2. I heard that game is actually still doing well now, so I'm glad for that community that they were able to make some kind of comeback with it. But when that game first came out, the loot boxes were a big controversial topic, so much to the point where there was talks of litigation against, you know, like the loot boxes entirely. And I'm glad that that trend fade out. Yeah, that was EA, Titan. That was definitely EA. I'm glad that trend died out, but that's what I mean. When one company does something that changes the industry, other companies are going to follow suit and do it worse. So that is what I'm worried about right here. Is that if Nintendo wins this lawsuit, who's to say that other companies are not going to do this, but worse? You know? Nintendo would sue me. Exactly. You know, Nintendo would look at the individual artists. Oh, you've made a Mario, you know, fan art. Well, guess what, guy? You're trying to make money off of that? No. We're gonna sue you for copyright. Take it down. You know? It would be easy for Nintendo to do that. And it sucks, and it is, I would say, like, fan art is very technical sense, copyrights, you know, infringement. But a lot of companies allow things like fan art because it's free promotion for the product. Not to mention, it is an original art piece. You know, it's not. It may use some of the characters that you know, you borrow from, but you are creating new art for the world to see. And it is a transformative art, and that's kind of what. And like, just imagine the individual artists that like might get like Bibu, you know? Imagine Bibu getting sued, like due to the art, you know, or anything. Like, especially now, game mechanics. Like, if game mechanics become a thing, you can easily tell that a lot of companies are going to try to gather up as many of these game mechanic patents as they want, you know? It's weird how everything comes for full circle, and for better or for worse. Oh yeah, like everything runs on a cycle, you know? Like, it's basically there is a calm, then someone does something that changes the status quo, and then like one thing leads to another, it gets worse, and then there is it comes in waves, you know? Like you said, a circle, or it comes in waves. It's just weird. Player Obscura and the company behind them would not be safe from the BS if Power World's side loses now. Maybe. I mean, I haven't played Obscura. It looks fantastic, but I can see like some companies be like, "Oh, you did a turn-based game? No, you didn't. We did this mechanic first. You're not allowed to have that in your game." And then creativity is stifled because these companies want to play gimme, 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 you know? Gimme, gimme, mine. That's mine. That's my pound. You can't, like, it's almost like, I don't know how else to explain it than this. It's like children fighting over a toy. You know how, like, I guess when, I don't know if this is relatable to any of you, but, like, when we're kids, we would have, like, these, like accessories to play with, like, in the playground, like a dodgeball or soccer ball, like, any type of, like, you know, yeah, sports tool. And then all of a sudden, one kid comes and grabs the ball out of your hand and they say, "It's mine now. This is mine. I own this ball." No, I had it first. No, it is mine. That is how I see Nintendo with Power World right now. Like, Power World has the ball right now, and then Nintendo takes it out of their hand and they're saying, "No, this is mine. You're not allowed to have it." It's very weird that Nintendo is acting childish in this manner. Oh well. I mean, what are we to do, right? What are we to do? I mean, the best thing we could do is, I guess, support the developers when we can. Like, if you enjoy a game, you know, go ahead and buy it. If you think you're going to enjoy a game, go ahead and buy it. You know, just support the company, like, and whatnot. Now, I would say, like, it's hilarious how Square Enix never did this, because they probably knew that would kill the genre as a whole. Oh yeah, that's a good example. That's a good thing to point up, Jay. Pokemon has not innovated their gameplay systems in years. They are still using the standard turn-based combat. You know, that was, like, okay, they're still using the standard turn-based combat that they have done in the 90s. Now, I don't know about you, but the way everything is handled in the Pokemon, you know, combat system, it looks awfully familiar to Final Fantasy 1, doesn't it? Where you have, like, a few options, like fight, item, or in Pokemon's case, bag, flee, and then you've got, like, all these extra spells and abilities that you select through menus. Looks kind of similar to Final Fantasy, huh? You know? So Pokemon want to say that, like, their mechanics are theirs, but they've also used mechanics from other companies. They just transformed it into their own unique thing using other systems, you know? Like, Pokemon and the Pokemon Company did exactly what Power World is doing now. So why can't Power World have that same success, you know? They have earned it. Digimon being a blatant multiverse is not afraid of trying anything new gameplay wise. At least with Digimon, like, yeah, they're trying new things. Like, they're not just sticking with the same formula and, like, how the games work, you know? At least they're like trying to test things out. Pokemon, on the other hand, they're more about chasing gimmicks. You know, they're all about trying new things in a very one and done way. Like, let's take Scarlet and Violet, the whole type change chandelier hat, sterilization, or whatever it's called. You have your Pokemon wear a crystal chandelier and your typing changes. That sounds ridiculous. Like, really. So I can have a chandelier with a chandelier hat to change its type. So rolling in a fighting game could be suitable fencing. Oh yeah. So imagine, yeah, exactly. So, like, say, like, and Pokemon has rolling mechanics in Arceus. Imagine if, like, say, I don't know. I'm just gonna, like, obviously this is never gonna be the case. Imagine if FromSoft went to Pokemon Company and say, hey, you're not allowed to roll like that in your game. We did it first. But, you know, just imagine in this scenario that FromSoft did. In this hypothetical scenario, they say, hey, we did rolling in a 3D space first to Pokemon. And they're like, no, we did it first, you know, and then the two of them fighting over this thing, you know? Even every Final Fantasy game has a different gimmick in it. I mean, gimmicks are fine, but they should not be the main focus of, like, whatever game is there, you know what I mean? Like, push the system to its limit and then add some new things on top of it. It's kind of like you have a sundae. Like, you have a sundae there. You don't put 20 different cherries on top of the sundae without adding the ice cream first, you know? No, you have the ice cream, then the whipped cream, and then a cherry on top. Something a little bit nice. It's a little bit extra. You don't need it, but it enhances the experience, not overshadows it. In this case, the sterilization, what I don't know what it's called, but the crystal chandelier thing, yeah, that's the 20 cherries in this example. Where the Pokemon mechanics underneath are just non-existent there. It's the same, it's watered down ice cream. Oh, very weird analogy, I know. It's just like, I mean, other Nintendo games are doing pretty fine for themselves. I mean, Breath of the Wild was a, no pun intended, a breath of fresh air. Making it open world, I thought that was a good idea. Tears of the Kingdom was a bit lackluster. I did play Tears of the Kingdom, but it looked just like, it looked like DLC to Breath of the Wild. Like, it didn't really push anything new, I would say, outside of the nuts and bolts mechanics. You know? And, dude, what else? I don't know, it's just like, with Scarlet and Violet in particular, it's just kind of, if you truly want a hardcore Pokemon, just play Shin Megami Tensei. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's a great series. I've never played it, but I heard so many good things about it. But, oh yeah, speaking of which, NeoJ, you kind of remind me of one of my other talking points in regards to this topic. Palworld does something that, like, no Pokemon game has ever done. Palworld gives you the option to make the game harder or easier for yourself. Right before you boot up the game, you can go into the settings and you can change things like the drop rates of items, or like the number of items to drop, the capture rates, you know? You can change all of these various things about the game to make it easier or harder for yourself. They also have a randomizer mode. People in the Pokemon community would love like a randomizer mode for a mainline Pokemon game. And Palworld actually does have that as an innate option to move around various pals and in places that they normally wouldn't. Like, there's so much accessibility with Palworld in particular that Pokemon does not. In fact, Pokemon has gotten rid of accessibility features. I mean, in Scarlet and Violet, Pokerus is not a thing anymore. It probably has to do with, you know, the worldwide viral outbreak, which I don't know if I could say the name of. You know, that event from 2020. I think that might have to do with it, but at the same time, they took away Pokerus. Pokerus has been a mainline Pokemon stay for several generations. Like, I think since Gen 3? Something like that. where it was a viral thing that if your Pokemon caught it, they gained double. It wasn't even a harmful virus. It was a way to get more EVs out of your Pokemon. You know, like when they did battle, it was a beneficial thing. They got rid of that. Like, not to mention the whole Dex issue with Sword and Shield back then. Like, they were saying that not every Pokemon would be available in Sword and Shield, but they had the data for every Pokemon in Sun and Moon. I mean, they used the same models as in Sun and Moon, right? So there's no reason why they couldn't add the extra Pokemon. And I get it, like, you know, you want to have like 2 different versions that have exclusive Pokemon in 2 different games, but just keep it on the cartridge. Keep the data for the Pokemon on the cartridge, and then transfer your Pokemon from the Pokemon Bank or whatever you use now to like the newer games. Like, they could have just done them like they've always done, but no. Like, if you want to bring a Pokemon over from your Gen 1 save file to your to the newer games, you can't do that anymore. At least as far as I'm aware. You know? Because not every Pokemon is going to be available on these newer games, which kind of sucks because some people just like using ridiculous Pokemon, you know? Especially since there are about 1,000 plus Pokemon now. Like, just, that is crazy to me. It's like 1,000 Pokemon now in that series. It just, there's going to be some overlap with some designs of other things, you know? Personally, in my opinion, I found Ultra Sun and Moon to be the best. Really? I've heard Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon change the story, like a little bit to the point where it kind of diminished some characters. But if you're saying it's good, I might actually check it out. I just have regular Sun and Moon. Like, I really enjoyed that game. See, and I think Sun and Moon were the last Pokemon games to actually innovate on the series and change a lot of things about it. Now, they still did the gimmick thing with the Z moves, but I'm thinking, okay, you know what? You have the Mega Evolution, and you got these new Z moves. Maybe expand upon these 2 systems in the next game. But no, they didn't do that. Then they went to Giant Forms, and then they went to Crystal Mode. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things that it's weird. Like, when Pokemon want to innovate, they can really make a great experience, but they've been kind of slacking on the series for a long time now, ever since the start of the Switch era. Which is weird because, you know, there are other games like not Harvest Moon, Animal Crossing. Ow! Ooh, that hurt. So I accidentally hit my hit my finger against my handle. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so just like Animal Crossing New Horizons, such a great game, and they even delayed the game so that way it would be, you know, it would be good, you know? It's just like one of those things, like, I just don't understand Nintendo. I really hit my finger really hard on the handle. That did. So many downed enemies, but we're almost done. We are almost done. We are almost to level 27. There we go. Excuse me. Here we go. My finger's a bit numb now. Oof. Maybe not numb, but just kind of like, ooh, I could ooh, I definitely felt that. Yeah, I must have hit my bone or something. It went like, oof, ow. But anyway. Another nitpick, they didn't even bother voice acting in the Pokemon games. Yes! That's weird too, because they have not Pokemon. They have voice acting in the new Legend of Zelda games, so why didn't they add voice acting to the new Pokemon games? You know, it's very easy to add voice acting, you know? It's been done by the company before. I don't see why they couldn't. No? Okay, I can't. No, not curse in-laws. I don't know. It's just like they could add voice acting in the game, and I think it would be. I think it would enhance a lot in the Pokemon game, and I could sort of get it if you don't want your protagonist voiced at all, but they could do voice acting for the rival or any of the side characters, you know? Like, it's just, I don't know why they don't just add more to this. And I don't mean like gimmicks either. I mean actually add more, you know? And yes, you technically have like a new thing in terms of like having the open world area of Scarlet and Violet, but it's still pretty linear, as you need to be of a certain level to do certain gym battles, you know? Like same as the traditional Pokemon game. So what's the point of an open world experience if you're just going to try to do the same tried and true way of a Pokemon game, you know? You have to get a certain level. The areas don't level up around you, you know? Like, they don't get stronger as you do. I think that probably would have been a much better choice and allowed more freedom if you can actually go, hey, you can go to this gym battle, like one player would be level 10 and the gym leader would be scaled maybe 2 or 3 levels higher. Or you go to, like another player goes to that same gym battle with a little bit higher team, and they'll have much higher Pokemon team compositions and more like variety in Pokemon. Maybe even adding some additional Pokemon to their team, you know? They could just do so much more with that game. And especially when it was released on launch, oh my. Scarlet and Violet just got weird, man. So many bugs, glitches, you know, falling through the floor, so many things. I need to replay Scarlet. Yeah, that's fine. Like, hey, if you want to replay Scarlet, that's cool, bro. You know, I'm glad you can enjoy something that I do not. I mean, do you like Scarlet and Violet? And if so, tell me why. I do want to hear like why. I do want to hear like the good and the bad from someone else. You know, like, do you enjoy the way it's presented? Do you enjoy the like the way it's like handled? I mean, is it fixed now? Because I know a lot of contention of the game was it was a buggy mess when it first came out. I know it's been a few years since it was, so I'm hoping it's fixed, you know, for you guys. Doesn't Octopath Travel also do the scaling method? I think they do, sort of. I don't remember exactly if they do, but I know like once you start a game, they have like several different paths you can go. And they'll be like, oh, you go down this path, there'll be level 5, but you know, in order to progress the story, you need to be level 20 for this section. So there are plenty of directions you can go. You can tackle like whatever like story you want to handle first before continuing the main story, you know? Something like that. Pretty sure that's how that works. I played a little bit of Octopath Traveler. That seems the way it goes, you know? Whew, we are almost at level 27. We are almost there. We are almost to level 27. Let's go. 969, nice. That's nice. Boom, boom. Okay, so maybe, I want to say 2 more dungeon runs, and I think we got this in the bag. I think we got this. Here we go. Oh my goodness. We almost got it, guys. We're almost at level 27. This will be the second time I've done this for 5 hours. Let's go. I mean, I enjoy the fact that they made shiny hunting easier. Oh, that's great. Like, is it now? How is the shiny hunt in there? Now, is it just like they appear in the overworld, or do you have to do like a shiny method like in previous games? Because I hope it's just like, hey, they just pop up, you know, and just like, hey, shiny, you know? I enjoyed the game story. I just wish it was a bit more polished. Okay, so there are some good things about Scarlet and Violet that, you know, I did hear a little bit from Okami that Scarlet and Violet was good story-wise. So I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear if I get hear that as well. I don't think I'll be picking up Scarlet and Violet, mostly because it's still like 60 or so bucks. They appear in the overworld. Oh, okay, so it's just kind of like they do appear. Like now I did hear that there's really no audio or, you know, outside of the visuals of Pokemon, there's no audio or visual indication that there is a shiny. Is that true? Because that's kind of what I heard about the whole shiny thing for that game. Again. There we go. Sorry, I had to put the snooze on the ads because I don't want to run another set of ads as we're about to finish this up. Boom. 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 Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Alright, we got this. We are doing this. We just need, after this dungeon run, we just need one per run. 7. Let's go. That you don't know about. Oh, okay. Alright. Yeah, it's just kind of like, I've heard plenty of things, good and bad, with Scarlet and Violet, and it's still holding up a good 6.8 on IMDb. So, I mean, they're still doing pretty decent about it. I mean, if the game wasn't so expensive, I would just go and actually, I would go and buy it, but $60 is a bit of a steep for me, especially for the reputation that the game has. Oh, me legs. Legs. Alright, final dungeon run. Let's go! Let's go get level 27. 7. Yeah. 1, 2. Alright, 2 more battles. Let's go. We are almost at level 27. Let's do this. Ooh. 999. One more battle to get to level 27. Boom. Boom. Level 27! Let's go! Oh my goodness. Level 27, my friends. We're doing this. Alright. Let's finish up this dungeon and call it a night. We'll do our new form maths to see like how much we actually need. Now we're doing almost 4,000 damage with our attacks. We're creeping close to that mythical 9999. Monster Hunter music plays. Yeah! Whew. Oh my goodness. Man, 2 levels. 5 hours. Like, almost 5 hours on the dot. Wow. So, or at least from what I've seen. Yeah, like almost 5 hours on the dot doing this. And we've still got a long way to go. But this is the first steps to finishing this challenge. We are going to win. We are going to complete this challenge. We are going to do this. Alright. This was the last level up for tonight. Let's go and save. Calculate our time. And experience need. And then the number of battles we need to fight. Alright. Alright. So the newfound time is, let's see here, I gotta get, that was needed, we'll say that was needed for the end. Due time is 40 hours, 56 minutes, so almost 41 hours, and 41 seconds. The experience we need, let's take a look. So the experience we need, so far we're at 11 out of 1,000, so that is, we're at 22,989. I'm doing this right. 22,989 experience. There we go. Yeah, that'll be a little over 2,000 experience. Okay, and now calculate how many battles we need. Let's take a look. So 22,989, because that's the experience that we need. Divide that by, through experience will get us the number of battles. Wow. We are sub 8,000 in terms of the amount of battles we need. There we go. Now I'm hoping I'm doing this right. But we have 7,663 more battles to go. We are getting close, friends. We are getting very close to the end. It's going to take some more time. I do want to thank each and every one of you for showing up here today, whether you're a viewer or chatter. I've seen some new friends. I've seen some new people coming in saying hello. Thank you for those who have followed or subscribed. You're awesome. You're awesome. And before we call it a night, let me go ahead and send you Twitch friends over to another streamer. Let's see here. Who am I going to send you guys to? I'm going to send you guys somewhere. Manager. Raid. Repo. 9 souls. You know what? When we talk about Scarlet and Violet, why don't we go ahead and raid Rack MC? Let's go ahead and give them, some, love. Alright, friends. Here is what we're going to do. For those on the Twitch side, hey, thank you for joining me here today. I'm going to send you guys over to Rack MC as they're playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Be kind, have some fun, share your stories about Pokemon with them, good or bad. Have fun while you're over there. For those of the YouTube space, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It's absolutely free. Same with you guys on Twitch. Follow. You can also head to our Discord if you want to be notified as to when we go live. Not proper. You'll be notified as to when we go live, when we upload videos. You can talk to a lot of us there. I'm a .hack YouTuber, obviously. I do .hack topics for .hack people. And yes, hey Boo Boo, bye Boo Boo. You have fun over at Rack MC stream. But yeah, Bob, you stay classy, stay beautiful. But most importantly, have yourselves a good night. Oh, I do, but keep forgetting that I'm not on my Twitch channel. There we go. Re-rated. There we go. Bye, guys. Have a good one.